cards at the time thought would look best, or you know, did it the way they understood at least. But what's up, Didat? How you doing? You can go on the Wayback first tweets. Yeah, probably. But I don't even know about the. I don't even know. It could have been like I would be like searching through shit for like hours and shit. Like hours. Ho. Yo, what's up, Roswell? Yo. Just kidding. I'm about to start, I guess. Sure, there's nothing else. I guess that's good to go. I'm just gonna switch it over real quick. Alright. So, basically, right now, I was like, it's the end of the semester right now, and like I got like pretty much more time and shit. So I was like, you know what? Like I don't really have much to do this week, so I'm just gonna like stream. And I was gonna stream Halo 4. Or, I mean, I am streaming Halo 4. I was gonna stream Halo the first mission, you know, doing the PBR stuff. But I'm almost already done, so I would really just be doing polish and some random other stuff. And then I was like, I'll just stream this because I was like, yesterday, I wanted to import the Halo 2 Anniversary Mombasa BSP into Halo 4. And that's what I did, just because I was like, you know what? I can come up with a pretty good workflow, and I'm getting faster and better at modding, and especially Halo 4 shit and Blender stuff. So I wanted to see how easy it would be, and it was actually really easy. I was able to get this done in like 2 or 3 hours. So in this video or this stream, I'm gonna stream to like 3 or 4 hours. And I'm just gonna see how much I can get done. So I'm just gonna be going in Blender and then kind of importing it. I'm gonna do all the other BSPs besides this one. So if you want to see, like, if you're like one of those people that kind of just likes to see like quick results, like obviously this is not nearly what it would be. And I just threw a random sun up there, by the way. This sun's terrible. I forgot to turn on like indirect lighting, and it's like really intense and shit. And then a lot of the plants didn't get light mapped right because I just set them up and they didn't import right because they're not decorators. But it's all right. Stuff like that. It's not like a big deal. Some bitmaps are gonna be imported in like, you know, without alpha blend on, and you know, stuff like that. So like you would still have to do adjustments, and then you would also have to find a few missing, you know, bitmaps, and you know, there's a few things that you would have to do a little bit separately, like the water seemed a little less straightforward. But in general, like most of the textures I can import fully, almost like exactly how they're supposed to be. Like especially these metal ones seem pretty much like they got the specular gloss, and then they have the diffuse. But some of them, no, they got the specular. Sorry, am I on the right? Yeah. So they'll have this color map, then they'll have a normal map, and then they'll have a specular gloss map. Now, some of them will only have. Oh, let me show you. It's not on screen. Some of them will only have like two like a diffuse map and a normal map. So they might be in the game, but that's just like I might not have every possible file maybe, but we'll see. It looks like I got most everything set up though. And then some of them like have metal are all the way amped up whenever you import it. So like you might notice some blue like walls or really shiny walls. So if that happens, all I have to do is like bring it down to 0, and then it kind of looks normal-ish. But yeah, let's get right into it. For this video, for the sake of what I can get done in a stream, I'm just going to import the BSP and set up all the textures. And that honestly is something I can get done really fast. So what's up? So Roswell, you saying big building stuff, AO, Halo 2A2, but we can actually play it in multiplayer. Yeah, that's the good thing. So what I'm gonna do, I don't have any plans for these, but if I don't like do anything with them, I'll at least like give them out to people if they want to use them. That way, it could save them some time, and then they could find like textures like this. This is kind of like how this wall looked earlier. Every once in a while, like the metal. This is because like the metal is on the default setting for it is all the way up when it really doesn't need to be there at all. So like it makes it look shiny on some of these by default. So all I have to do to fix that, which I'm not gonna fix that on all these BSPs. Let me close. This is the first level that I was editing. I'm going to close that just to save some memory. But let me go to the other one. Here we go. All right, so hold on. Gotta let my computer catch up. What I'm gonna do is just show you like real quick what I would do if like you know textures are like a little bit too fucked up. Like all these are kind of placeholder level, like just like in a good spot, but maybe it could be refined or adjusted or even converted into something better. But like right now, I'm just trying to get things in a really basic spot. Damn, it's lagging still. Yeah. Come on, Blender. Of course, this one I need's lagging. It wasn't lagging a second ago. What I might do real quick is just reopen it. It wasn't even lagging earlier. I think something bugged out. It's just like frozen. No need to save anything. It's not like I updated anything since I changed it. But this is going to be pretty straightforward though in this stream. I just wanted to cover all the context and everything else before I just get right into it. But I'm going to change, just for the sake of this, I'm going to change that real quick. And then I'm just going to go into everything else. But this, I noticed there's a lot of textures that are reused, like this one. This texture is straight up reused from Halo 4. Like a lot of them are. There's actually way more Halo 4 textures than Halo 2A than I thought. I was like, oh my god. Like, oh my god, why is it like that? So this one, they're not supposed to be shiny, but this will allow me to, god damn. This will allow me to figure out, okay, it's Concrete 3, and then what I do, it looks like Concrete 2 was the last one I fixed. All the Concrete ones are like, got fucked up on import. HD Halo 4 textures impossible. Yeah, well, that's why I'm like, I mean, I guess they're HD. Halo 2A just had better shaders. I mean, I'm sure they were less crunched though. Yeah, they weren't like compressed as much. But at the same time, I don't know, like it might be worth looking into to to re-import those ones, but I don't know if I have the space or time or whatever. Probably do though. All right, so here it is. Yeah, I'm just gonna use this temporarily as a spec gloss. All these concrete ones didn't seem to have a spec gloss, so I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe it was missed. I'm not sure. Well, but that's something. That's something. If like I end up using this for something, or someone else wants to, they can update that to be a little bit better. So I'm gonna save this. See right here, save. All right, now they look a little bit normal. So that's all I did is I just took out that metallic, and then it looks a lot better. It doesn't look perfect. Like there's no roughness to this. It has great bump maps, a great diffuse or whatever, but it definitely needs like, or normal maps. I mean, but it definitely needs like a little bit roughness and shit. I don't know. That's like something like I would, if I actually used these for a mod, what I would probably do is do custom terrain, obviously, and you know all that. Fix all the rocks. All the rocks have like weird broken shading, which happened in Halo 3 as well. It's really weird. But then fix some of this geo. It looks like some of it got imported bad, by the way, now that I'm looking at it. But I would take like the concrete, for example, and probably convert that to PBR, and just that way I can use like a pretty decent roughness mask to make it look like, you know how concrete just has that like dry, rough, texture. Oops. Yeah, but yeah, so that's what I would probably do. But anyways, yeah, all right, let's get into it. Let's see what we can do, Roswell. Let's see what we can do. We're gonna fucking do them all. You think we can do them all? I think we can do at least a couple of them. Here, these are all the objects that will have to be done, but shouldn't be that hard, dude. Like honestly, it shouldn't take that long at all. All right, where's the pier? All right, look. So we got the pier. What I'm gonna do. Are all going to be render only. If I do use these, I'm going to basically use the default, collision. The default geometry as a collision, just like Halo 2A did in the first place. And then I would just use then I would maybe just allow collision for, maybe like bullet collision, but not physics. I don't know. We'll find out what would work best. All right, so everything's render only for now. Concrete fact, it can be varied based on how you settle it and grade it, so it can get a glossy look, or you can get a matte look. Organ can get a really textured look if you use a rake. I mean, yeah, I guess you can do that, but you can tell when it's not that. Like the walls look very rugged and they have really bumpy, edges, and they're not flat and like ground, whatever you call it, graded to be like kind of like how they do like marble or whatever, you know what I mean, where they can make it really smooth. But yeah, 99% of the time concrete's pretty simple, you know what I mean, especially when it's bumpy and rough looking in general. You can tell it's not going to be like soft or anything like that. Like you can tell like there's things that give away to that, you know what I mean, like unless they like coated it in something. But if they just like smoothed it out, then I mean it won't have any bumps in my opinion. Unless there's like some sort of weird technique I haven't seen. Like these, like it's gonna, what this is gonna look like. It just has so much granular texture to it. It's gonna be pretty rough. But yeah, definitely if it's like something that's, been treated for like, to be like fancy, like maybe like the ground around a fancy ass building or palace or some shit. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. But all right, so I'm gonna just go through all these, and luckily, since I already did a BSP, a lot of these are already imported. So what we're gonna do is go through. Oh look, we don't have one. Guess what we have to do? Look how hard, Roswell. Look how hard this is gonna be. You see this? Look, I haven't even done this or looked at this one, but you see this? All right, you see that? All right, you see this? What I did here is I went into here. It's a Halo 2A shader. I copied all the like name, labels that the shaders use in that Ollie made. So SRF spec gloss H2A EM. That's not what Ollie just released. So what I did is I changed all the labels to match up, and then I changed the name of his shader to the name of it to something that would be universal, for everything that they have, I guess. That way, no matter what it is, it'll just import everything. Now, the only problem I ran into, which, I mean, there might be a pretty simple solution, but I am kind of special. Um, they use these things called HEDTM or whatever maps, and they're basically just height maps. And there's nothing to plug it into. So what I've been doing is plugging the height maps into a combo map. That way it imports it, and then it doesn't make a difference on how it looks. But then it's in there just in case he updates it later to add something for that. That way it can have more depth, I guess. It looks like maybe it might be used for parallax or something. I don't know. But like there was like there was a normal map, but there was this other type of height map. So I don't know. That's the only thing I haven't been able to plug in yet. But luckily, like I said, I'm just shooting it into the combo map. That way, it just gets imported. I don't think anything on this level will use a combo map. So that's kind of why I did that. And again, I did that just because it'll import it, and then I noticed when it's plugged in there and you delete it, it doesn't even make a difference usually with the combo map because of what it's asking for. It's just not set up for it or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I just have it imported for later, and then if he updates the shaders, then we can also like make a new one and then run through like every object in the level with that and fix it. But that's something I would do later if I like really wanted to. Yo, what's up, Miss Extra Queen? I'm just kidding. He said, yeah, concrete. Wait, I already read that. Just one of those infos I came across randomly one day. That's really simple. I should get into this and stop procrastinating. Yeah, I don't know why you don't, bro. It's like fucking, you might as well just mod. Even if you like watch people stream and stuff, you just like mod while while you watch streams and shit. Have you messed with prefabs yet? They're really cool for building out a level. Yeah, yeah. Like any object that, like, it's just like any instance that's like used a lot. I just use as a prefab, and then the only thing that's annoying is placing them is annoying because like you can place like a fake object and label it for the prefab so you know where it's gonna be, but then if not, then you just use a marker, and then it's like annoying to like try to get in the right spot because it's like not the actual object. But what I've been trying to do is like putting like a basically a collection of prefabs that have the models. That way I like compare it with the marker, and then so that it like kind of goes in the right spot, and then I don't have to like do all these micro adjustments every second. But yeah, I used prefabs on that training ground level on like all the like anything that's like a sandbag or anything that's like kind of reused a lot. That's what I did. Everything else was just like instance, and I think I made the floor of the structure. I don't even know why. I honestly just like did whatever worked. I also noticed the way I made my level. Like I don't even think the new Foundry is set up to do it like that. I think Chris found out that the original way he like thought of, or I guess he was telling people to do it, might not work because I was making everything collision, like making proxy models for everything, and then all of a sudden I noticed it's not really set up for that anymore. But it's like, and then I saw him saying like to do a different method for some reason. I forgot, but like luckily I got it to work fine on mine. But I was like, next time I make a level, I'm probably gonna have to like really uh, look into like doing things a little more properly. Because like a lot of times when I'm learning, I'll just like fucking do whatever I can, like whatever the fuck works. You know what I mean? But I am trying to get like better habits and shit with this. Even though like it's not really like, at least with Halo modding, a lot of it is kind of just figuring it out. Like it's not like there is a right way to do a lot of this stuff at first. Like a lot of stuff gets figured out along the way, it seems like, I guess. Unfortunately, there's not very much tutorials or documentation. even stuff like this, like the stuff like this that I'm doing now, isn't even like a Halo mods thing. It's just like a like thank God I used Blender enough to figure this out. You know what I mean? Like that's what I like. Is like I'm glad that I can apply most of what I'm doing right now to Blender. You know what I mean? Like that really helps a lot. Wow, dude, all these are already made. This is gonna save me a lot of time because it takes a second to like build these. This is how it was whenever I imported the or converted all the materials in Halo 4. I thought it was going to be like impossible at first. I was like kind of looking at how hard it would be, and then I was like, "Oh wait, I just realized they use the same fucking texture on like 90 different things in like in like little tricky ways to try to save memory and data and this and that whatever." Um, so like I was like, oh, and then like the further you get into the level, the less you have to replace because it's just reusing everything. And then like by the last BSPs, there's like one or two unique textures to that BSP. Damn, I'm already halfway done with this BSP. Ugh. By the way, if anyone wants to download this like art with the textures already set up, Broen does these level conversions. Where was it? I think it was in here, right? I know it's in here. Yeah, you can get this same setup already if you just like download like something with materials already. Because when they set up those materials, they have to use the existing ones, so they're already plugged into into the geometry. So like basically all you got to do is just change this. These are all the stuff that were already plugged in. I just change the shader to match the new one, and then everything that's plugged in, oops, basically it's already good. Assuming everything's there, but like I said, there's going to be things that are missing. Now you don't need to go to what is it called, Halo Archive, to do this on Reach levels or anything that's not like one of the anniversary, because those you can import in Blender and just like update the materials instantly with Foundry. All right, so this BSP is done, so let's import it and see what it looks like. Um, but unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to do that with Halo 2A or Halo 1A or whatever it's called. I'm going to be honest, it really does intimidate me. I mean, it's more of like I swear, dude, like the shit's not like my thing is like I don't even know anything, but like it's like if you just do it, then you just understand it inherently. People ask me like, "Hey, man, where do you find this? Like, how do you change this in a tag?" And I'll something I've done like 1,000 times, and I'll be like, it's like in this tag somewhere on the like I would have to go look and fuck around and make sure because that's like how it really is. You just gotta fuck around and find out, trial and error, and then you just figure everything out. And then luckily there is a pretty decent amount of basic starter stuff out there to get you going, but nothing like crazy. I don't really need a light map, man. I don't really need a light map. Like not for now. All right, here we go. Now we got both of these in here. That's how easy it is. What did that take, like 3 minutes? You know what I mean? Like modding ain't that easy or hard, but again, it's just you gotta like keep fucking around, and then it's like stuff like what I'm doing now. Like I didn't even know you can like how easy this type of situation would be before I just kept fucking around in Blender. Eventually, I was like, oh wait. I'm like, there's some things that just like I don't know, they just make it a lot easier. Like it's like the more you kind of find out, I guess. Damn, look how look how small that whole area is compared to this Pierre. What the fuck? I didn't notice that. Let me like. Oh, it's not solid. I can't walk on it, but damn, I want a scale model. Like it'll be like right here. Damn, this play area is huge. forgot about that. I'm acting like I haven't played Halo 2 before. And then I'm not going to import them all at once because, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically plug in the original BSPs and all the, what do you call it? Like they have it should already have all the portals and seams and all that set up. And I just have to convert the scene to like Halo 4, you know? And if I do that, then I should be able to get the BSP to work exactly how it originally did. That way, I can just plug and sort all these areas of the mission. Hopefully, they're already separated into BSPs. I don't really know for sure if these are already separated into BSPs. It looks like it is, but then I could just assign like all these objects. For example, I could just like highlight them all, and then right click, and then convert. Set mesh type. If it's not already a instance or you know what I mean, then I can set them all to that or whatever. What would it need to be? What was I gonna say? I think you could tell it to the BSP too. Earlier, I saw somewhere that allowed you to change the BSP in here. That way, you can do them all at once. Oh, wait, I know. It's because they're not objects. Wait. Yeah, okay, see, it's right here. Something, what was making it not work? Because you can do multiple, yeah, so you can select multiple and then just make a new BSP. So then I would assign it to that one. Basically, everything would just be assigned to it. And that's mostly it, you know what I mean? And then after that, like, I mean, shit, dude, it'll be all loaded, and each BSP would have its transition and everything working perfectly. I'm going to be honest. We already saw that. I feel like I just had a fight with Halo 4's light mapper to find the most optimal settings. Yeah, I kind of figured out, or not figured out, but I realized like whenever I want to like certain lighting or setting, what I'm going to do is make a very basic map, like a block with some random objects, and then try to like just get a basic scenario that's kind of resembling what I'm doing, but in a really basic block out, And then I'm just gonna like test the lighting that way. That way it can get done in 30 seconds instead of 30 hours. I'm just kidding, 30 like minutes or like like several hours, because I would be like making the smallest changes on my map, and then it would be like, oh wait, that's too much, and then do it again, and then 5 hours would go by, and I'm like, fuck me, dude. Like, fuck me, mate. Copy render only to all these. That way they just import. And then I'm going, I guess they're all instance, which is fine. You don't need to make like a BSP just because it makes one automatically. And then again, I'm going to use the original BSPs from the original game, just as the collision and BS, and as the structure. Just because it'll be easy. It's already set up. It's already exists, and it matches apparently. I forgot you can just grab assets from anniversary graphics of the game. Thought it was only possible with CEA. Yeah, it has that. There's that tool too. Dog, what do you want? Do you want to go outside? I just took you outside. There you go. Like, I swear to you, I just let this dog out to pee and poop like right before the stream, and it's already being like. I feel bad because I'm not like the most outdoorsy person. All right. Yeah, thinking I might grab some Halo 2A texture soon. Yeah, honestly, like I'm thinking of like if I can't find it in well, actually, I'm thinking of some of these metal panels from the first level I've seen in this level that I'm doing right here, and I'm like, dude, there's higher quality textured versions of the same panels that I'm like using in my Halo 4 campaign, so it's like I could just use those, and that way they won't be those crunchy, like they're literally compressed and green. green from compression. Like how fucking disgusting. Dude, honestly, I almost just wanted this BSP. Like, there's like, oh, no, dude, you can honestly do stuff with like all these BSPs. I thought about like taking this BSP and like mirroring it, or something like that, like right here, and then making like a multiplayer map and having like one side, path and maybe one that goes through here. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of cool, dude. That'd be fucking tight. Like you can, that would be like, how like they had those like Halo One, Mombasa maps that were like themed to the E3, and they were just so cool back then. Like it was so cool to have that. And honestly, like it'd be pretty easy to just import this and convert it into a quick multiplayer map. Like literally, dude. And then like the base could be right here on each side, or maybe like far down here. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be like weird to have this. I don't know what would work better. Or again, you can adapt this shit to something else. Let's go. Let's start doing the next textures. So we got a Horde facade, and again, this is going into a color, spec gloss, the spec alpha, and the normal, and that's all it has. So, that's all. It's not a lot of stuff to plug in. Halo 2A is the way to go, baby. Halo 2A is like the only legal thing you can mod. Like that's not ugly or old. I mean, sorry. Because obviously the original like games look amazing, but they're just so fucking old, dude. Like, I'm like, I just literally can't mod Halo 3 at this point. It's gonna sound terrible because I loved Halo 3 just as much as everyone else did. I promise. But at the same time, bro, like, I'm like weird. Like, like older games, I can hop on for like a weird nostalgic rush, but not like, but that's like it. Like some people still perceive them like in a way they did when they were a kid. Like when I was a kid, Halo 1 looked like Halo Campaign Evolved to me, Now it just looks like now it's old as fuck looking. Like, but some people, they still have that vision and they still see it with the same, the same way, and I still see what made it stand out, and I still see why I liked it, but I also see how old it is. Like, it sounds so bad because I know some people will be like, "Don't say that. It was perfect. It was God's beautifully perfect, correct, creation. All those Foreigner towers were meant to be exactly how they were. No more detail." I'm just kidding. No, I'm just talking shit because honestly, they really, it's like they didn't look bad, but they were a little bit too much of a difference from what I would like. As I voiced. Honestly, that was actually the only thing I really didn't like about the art styles. Is when I found out that one dude that like kept all the info on the on all the like how Foreigner structures work, all the mathematics and all the measurements and all the how just how it works, like the rules to it, and then of course he doesn't work there anymore, and of course no one else had that information down for some reason, even though it's like out on the internet publicly right now, and you just have to like kind of like research it and put it together again. But it's like that's really sad. But the thing is it was extremely obvious that happened. But hearing someone that's which I think was confirmed as a dev like, at this point. Like at first I didn't think he was confirmed, but then someone showed me that there was like some old post from like someone with the same name or something like that. Oh fuck! God damn it! Blender just died. God damn it! Hopefully there wasn't too much of a of a waste. Let me bring up the chat again. You might got to readjust your perspective. Yeah, you got to readjust your. Sorry, that fucking word really fucked me up. Your perspective. The easiest way to do is to look at the games that came out before and after. I mean, yeah, I don't take me wrong. Like, obviously, Halo, like I could still think that while saying like it's still the best game that probably existed at the time, and it doesn't take away from that. But it's not like another game will make me feel different. You know what I mean? It's not like I can't look at, like it's not like I can't look at like Mario Kart and think it and not think the same thing. Like I feel that about every single game from that time period. Like I loved them for what they were, man. But I'm just not gonna like. Some people like have this toxic, fucking like love for shit. Damn, I have to redo all these again. I should have saved it. I usually save it a lot more than that. Actually, I could probably recover it. Let's see. Not last session. I should have done the other one. But you know what I mean, though. It's like I still think it. I still probably agree with like you about everything on it. But at the same time, I'm just saying like I don't know, man. That shit was just so old. Like there's just a lot of things that they couldn't do at that time that they would have. But like, you know what I mean? I think we all gotta like understand how they improved the style like along the way and shit, and that was pretty obvious. They're still figuring it out, and a lot of it just like a lot of the stuff that in it was just what stuck and shit. It wasn't like something that was like some of it. It's like I don't know. It's hard to explain because dude, sometimes in modern games they make these choices that like they make some artistic choices that literally just seem fucking insane to me. You know what I mean? But like, and then in other cases, I guess I didn't have anything saved. But in other cases, they do like stuff great. Like in Halo Infinite, I thought they did a great job with everything. Honestly, like there was a few things that could have been like a little better or whatever, but I mean that's how everything would be. But overall, I think they did. I think Halo Infinite was like the best that the art that they'll ever do with the art style. I think I'll just leave it there. Yeah, so the easiest way to do that is to look at the games that came out before. I just read that. I can't understand that some people don't know when stuff is old, trial and error. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, but yeah. Mm. It takes forever, dude. All right. Luckily, there's only a few on this one. God damn it. I can't believe I didn't save that. Oh. No, but yeah, I was just referring to the people that like literally see like a simple object with like one repeating texture, like looping texture. That's just how they made games back then. But they would never do that in a modern game. They would never have made something that simple. In like even Halo 2 or 3. Like that's just why I'm like some people gotta like just understand like even they wouldn't have done that if they were in a different time period or something like that. But at the same time, like I think Halo, like I was just saying, I think like games like Halo Infinite, it saw like the people that do that handled that just saw like everything that made it stand out. Like there, you can like interpret or like you can like convert like I think Halo One's art style to something modern. Kind of like how like a mixture of like Halo Infinite and like maybe like the Arc like on Halo 3, like they had rounded stuff on there, but it still kind of looked like Halo and Halo Infinite still did too, but it was different in a lot of ways, but it still mattered like in all the ways that mattered, like in all the ways that were like consistent in Halo that weren't just like there was a lot of stuff in Halo that was just like I feel like it only happened once or they were just trying out, I guess, if that makes sense. Sorry, but I'm just rambling right now. I'm trying to like. It just makes time go by faster when I do this type of shit. All right, now we can go back to the inner city. God damn, I can't believe I had to fucking redo all that. Mm, 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 mm. I wonder what texture made it pop last time. Might have been like a weird, unique one. Oh, let me put some music on. They try to make it as one-to-one as they can at the time, but there's a raw reference that they all use, and if they could, they would make it to the poly count for high texture if hardware was available. Yeah. Well, exactly. I think concept art's a really great thing because, like, you can see like on the old games, concept art's cool because you can see what their actual vision was versus like what was in the game. Like the concept art for like Halo CE stuff, it was like it's almost like as if you like took normal Forerunner stuff and then put it and like encased it in like these rounded, like, so when it would jut out, instead of just being, you know, angular and kind of blocky and going up like in Halo 2 and 3, like Halo 1 would have like something encasing it at the end that would come to a rounded point or something, and then it would kind of go up like a jet engine shape or something, you know what I mean? There was like all these things like that, and then they showed like in the concepts like things were like extremely overgrown and shit. But the thing is like you go in game and they weren't able to get almost any of that detail in the actual game. But it would be cool to see like a modern version of the concepts, because those you can make them look way more like they were originally planning, I guess, you know what I mean? I don't know. There were so many things in Halo 1, to be honest, that were like that I just felt like they were trying to figure out. I mean, even Master Chief, dude. Even Master Chief looked like two different fucking models. Like it legit looks like Master Chief had a totally different model, like for the legs and the upper body, you know what I mean? Like I love the upper body, and the legs were fine for the game at the time, but like those legs, like whenever they updated it so that the Master Chief in Halo 2 Campaign Evolved doesn't look one-to-one, it's like respects it in a way. And then like most of the upper body's similar enough, just with different proportions, but then like the legs are updated and shit and actually match the art, you know, and the style and the design of the upper body. You know what I mean? It's like back then it was just a simple basic little game, and it was the first game. Who knows? They probably didn't even know if it was going to be that big or not, you know? I mean, I know they're older. A lot of Bungie games were alright back then, but I don't think they were like... I mean, obviously Halo became like the great game, you know what I mean? But it wasn't like great until it existed, you know what I mean? But I think that's why like Halo 2, I feel like that just reminds me of if they had, like, I don't know, like Halo 2, I feel like that's when Halo 2 came out, that's when I truly saw a lot of the art style. I mean, maybe like they had like some stuff in Halo 1 grounded, like the Coveys. I liked how a lot of that stuff looked, but I don't know, man, like a lot of the stuff in Halo 1, I kind of felt like they just grew into something even better with Halo 2. And then Halo 3 is like the perfection form of Halo 2. I mean, obviously Halo 2 is a gritty game and has a different vibe and shit, but you know what I mean though? Like the way it looked and played and shit, and not just looked, but even the way it played, the way it felt. I feel like that defined Halo. Like Halo 2, like Halo 1 and Halo 2's gameplay, for example, was pretty different. Like it was similar, but it was like the melee lunging, the physics, the ragdolls, and Havoc and all that shit, dude. That changed the game so fucking much in a good way that, in my opinion, like I loved Halo 1 when it was new, and I played it with my friend, and it was one of my favorite games at the time. But it was like as good as like Battlefield to me, or not Battlefield, but like Battlefront, or what games were like out, like some GameCube game, you know, like it was good, like, you know, but it wasn't like, it didn't stand out really to me above the other games. It was just like to me it was cool because it was an FPS, I guess, and I really liked it. But then it didn't really seem like, you know, like the game. But then when Halo 2 came out, bro, that's when I was like, holy shit, this is like the shit. This is like the best thing ever, you know. And then Xbox Live, you know, was out, and then I got that. And then experiencing Xbox Live in that time, you know, that shit was crazy, bro. That shit just like, it was like so next gen that it just felt insane at the time. You know? That's why I love. Wait, you can see the design process unfold. Yeah, that's what I meant by trial and error. They look at one model to see if what works and swap out the next. Yeah, yeah, they definitely do that, and sometimes placeholders, and sometimes they have visions change. You know what I mean? Sometimes like that's what they did in Infinite. Like they like straight up changed the vision. They were gonna continue the same one they've had, going, and then they changed it up. But that's honestly, again, that comes down to like the campaign evolved. I think they're doing a great job and all, but like it's just like it's just them like fucking finally realizing the best vision in Halo Infinite and then losing it and clearly losing it and then having proof that it was lost, like from devs and shit, is like the most. It just sucks to see, you know what I mean? But I mean, overall, dude, they can figure it out again, But maybe by Halo 2 remake, they'll have that figured out again, and then like. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. It's like weird. Like, it's like I'm happy they're making more Halo content, but man, I really do wish it was something original. Or something that, not even original, game-wise original, but it could totally be a story from the books. It could be a spin-off. I would love a spin-off. I'm so fucking, either like Halo Infinite 2 in the new engine, or like fucking spin-off of like with Jerome, the evolved version of Halo 2. Dude, I wonder how they're gonna handle that. I wonder if they're gonna call it Halo, if they're just gonna just be part of Campaign Evolved, because it doesn't say like Halo 1 Campaign Evolved. It could just be all the like part 1, 2, 3, or it could be a DLC. But I feel like they're gonna have them each as individual games just to like sell it for $70 or $80. And I'm not saying it should be that much, but they're totally gonna do that. Microsoft is 100% gonna sell their game for the standard rating, or the standard price, just like they did on Halo Infinite. You know what I mean? It's okay though that the multiplayer is a separate thing, again, just like Halo Infinite. Even though every other game that ever existed, it was a full package, and that's what you're using the $60 for. But for some reason, it's fine just because it's a separate entity. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. It's so dumb the way they're doing it. Yeah, that's why I screenshot that comment. Yeah. Like, they can't even respect the legacy of their own art vision. It's insane. I just don't think... I think the problem is they keep getting new people, and then they don't know about that. So they use their interpretation. They'll use their view of it and do their best, and this and that, and sometimes like that's fine, but I mean sometimes it's not though. My whole thing is on the Forerunner stuff in Campaign Evolved. My whole thing is okay. Well, even if they don't get it perfect, for the Forerunner stuff, for example, my thing is like, well, they sure got the fucking Halo 4 stuff. Really perfect. Like, I feel like they made a perfected form of the Halo 4 art style. So that means they had someone in there that's still really good at that, knowing that Forerunner side, but not the classic and original side. So it's like they can get someone in there that does know that, and that can like handle that type of stuff, or be responsible for like specializing in that for the games. But like, I mean, the thing is, it just pisses me off because I'm like, okay, so who in there was so good at with it, that's knew exactly how the Halo 4 art style worked? Because it's not like what they used in there was just like another random art style that kind of looked like Forerunner. It wasn't like another original take on a Forerunner. It was literally Halo 4's, and maybe Halo 5's. Halo 5 had a lot of detail and like little bits and pieces and floating things and shit, so I don't want to say that. And like, so did Halo 4, but that wasn't as much, So they did kind of have like a toned down version of Halo 4's art style, like with like a little hint of Infinites in there, you know what I mean? Especially with the materials and shit. But like, it definitely felt that way, and the reason why I say that is because they used Halo 4's line work and like the shape. I forgot what the word is, but they actually use some of the same things to like make it look that way. Like, it's like I need to get better at learning all the verbiage. That's why I'm going to learn all this stuff. But you know what I mean, though? It's like that is a specific style of Foreigner architecture, and they were good at it. But the thing is, it's just not the Halo. It's just not the classic kind that like Halo Infinite had and some of the classic games shared. And again, it's cool if they're all different, but like I don't know, man. Like if it doesn't look like Halo 1 or 2 or 3, then like I just don't care. like Halo 4 and 5's like no one saw that and was like great improvement. To me, like Halo 4 and 5's foreign architectures loses what makes it so cool. You know, it feel like Halo 4 and 5 almost has no rules. It does have rules, but it feels like that like they just are disregarding, you know, the stuff that made the original just have like this beautiful formula. Like the original just used a beautiful like mathematical formula, and you can see the patterns and like the way it looks and how it all connects and interlocks and works together, like in the shapes of the buildings and how they never do things, but yet they can be different still. You know what I mean? They can all be so unique, but they all still have the same like I don't know, design language or whatever the fucking word is, you know. Yeah, new guys come in and don't know the full Momo. I mean, like, and that's the other thing though. It's like they'll get like a really good dude in there, but it won't be like a huge Halo nerd. Like the main art director over the game, now that Glenn's gone, and I think he was the one that knew the Halo 4 Foreigner art style because he learned and helped create Halo 4 and 5, you know, art style. So it's like I'm pretty sure he's the one that learned it from his boss at the time. Like it was him and Sparth were under someone. I always forget his name, but like he kind of created it and then they learned it and adapted it from them. And Sparth was already good at that type of art style, so like he already, you know. And then I think Sparth was over Halo Infinite, but I think they did all right. I mean, along with other people on Infinite though. But then like I don't know, man. Like I just, like I just feel like they need. I don't know. I just hope they fucking do that in the future. I hope they get someone that knows what's going on with all that. Oh, that's what I was saying. Sorry, I got sidetracked and rambled on. I keep doing that. I keep forgetting what I'm talking about. But what I was saying is, like it's not like it's like they get like a really good person in there, right? Like this dude that is the, you know, the current director. He's a great artist. He did great on Forza, and he's, you know, ran a lot of stuff and did a great job. And he might do a good job at learning Halo Infinite or Halo 3 and 4, you know, or, you know, Halo, all the good, I'm sorry, no, Halo 1 through 3 and Infinite. He might do a good job at learning all that, but I don't think I don't know, he might have already known everything. But the thing is, it's just like, it's not like he's someone that specialized in that type of stuff. I'd rather have someone that's just like really good at sci-fi art, or like that had like a huge art history of imitating like the best Halo art. You know, like how there's like how Rythaze and Espen, and there's like different artists out there that are so good at like making these art style, like they understand it, you know what I mean? I'd rather someone like that at least gets it, be in control of it, you know what I mean? Because these other people, like, it's like they might make it look really good, but it might not look like Halo, or it might not look right, or in whatever way, you know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I'd rather just them, instead of just finding like some dude that has like a huge fucking portfolio, I'd rather than them just get someone that knows exactly what made Halo like so great, and when it comes to its art style and like, you know, its visual identity, you know what I mean? What's the plan on importing Mombasa? Planning on making your own prequel mission? There is no plan. That's the plan. I'm just importing Mombasa, honestly. It's some nice it's a nice BSP I can have, you know. I can maybe release it. I can maybe like, you know, in the future I can do a firefight, or, you know, or a multiplayer map, or I can make a mission, or maybe just like an AI battle. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not really worried about it though. I'm not really thinking about it. I just know that it'll be really useful to possibly have. And then if I don't use it for anything, then I might just release the source files of the progress done, just so people don't like have to like do everything out from scratch, and they can just update it, you know, because that's the thing, is I would still have to update this a ton if I do use it, which again, I might use it for like a BSP like a few of the BSPs for like a firefight. But I'm not gonna say like there's a plan for it because the only plan I have right now is to finish Halo 4 Reclaimer. And then besides that, this is like me having fun. Like, again, like I'm just gonna focus on the first level of Halo 4 Reclaimer. And that's the only thing I'm gonna focus on finishing. That way I can get a good beta. When I say beta, I mean like it could be like an alpha, you know what I mean? If this is another texture, I guarantee it's the same as the Halo 4 one, this UNSC grading 01. But yeah, I'm just gonna like, you know, I'm just doing it because it could be used for something. And it's just like fucking so fun to just be like, damn dude, I spent like 30 minutes and this whole BSP's imported and it looks pretty decent already. But yeah, if anyone wants this though, when I'm like done, like at least done doing the basic setup, I'm not gonna like polish it and make it look like 1-to-1. But like if I, unless I actually use it for something. But if I don't, like if someone wants to like the progress I had, honestly, don't mind sharing it because it's not really part of my main thing or anything, and it's not like anything unique. Like ports and stuff are pretty nice. I think I just want like more stuff in Halo 4 that just doesn't look like Halo 4. Even though, again, ironically, this has so many Halo 4 textures that it's like making me feel weird about it. I think like that just shows you like how Halo 4's textures, like I mean obviously they're just really crunched, but it's mainly just the art style, like and the way they design, like the way they design these buildings looks totally fine. But then if you like look over here at like some pipes, like it's probably, yeah, these are definitely just Halo 4 textures. Like I've seen these in Halo 4. And I think even Halo 5. Like every time I see pipe panel or like you know, like this metal like whatever like textures, they're always like the ones I've seen before. I think all the building textures are unique though. Shit, where am I? The fuck? Uh-oh. Looks like I missed. Damn it, I hate when I click on something, then I lose my spot on where I was. There's so many fucking objects, but hopefully it won't take too long. I can't wait to import this part. This is like my favorite part of the BSP, I think. Let developers cook and artists. Careful now when you say sci-fi because I see the new age super hyper sci-fi stuff and no, that's not it. No, I mean I'm just saying like, dude, like if you're gonna get someone to learn to, you know, like a dude that's good at like Forza isn't gonna be good at fucking. I mean he might be good and he might be able to learn stuff and pick it up, right? But unless he's already like a secret Halo fan, you know what I mean? Not secret, but just in general a Halo fan and already knows like obsesses over it, like you know all we do. Then yeah, he's not gonna like see it. But if you're like at least a sci-fi nerd, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I know Halo, yeah, I know how all that looks. Oh yeah, I know it's kind of derived from that '90s, you know, like Alien and you know the what was the movie, the Stormtroopers. You know what I mean? But like it's like you might get an idea of like where it came from, like what makes it unique, this and that, and then you might even know like, you know, you might, if you came up with it, you know, like I'm just saying like that dude might know all that stuff already, you know, but I don't know, like, but if he doesn't and he's just like a really good at like doing like cars and shit, like, and he's the director of the whole game, I mean like I just have a feeling like the whole game's gonna feel like this like, you know, like it's gonna feel like it was like designed like a sports car or something. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean, though. Like I mean, he might be great though. He might actually be fine. Like, but I do worry. Like, I just feel like you can't really go wrong if you get someone that's just like a fucking nerd about like this type of shit, you know. And when I say sci-fi, I mean obviously you can be like one of those other sci-fi nerds, like the Warframe people, like the people that took over Halo 4 were sci-fi nerds, but they hated Halo's art style. You know what I mean? So that's like, I get what you mean, but I'm just saying, dude, like, we need to get someone that just knows like this type of shit. It's not like that crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that crazy, man. It's not that hard to figure out either. But, you know, the different art styles and the nuances of how the intermingling with each. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, you just look at, you know, Halo 4 and it looked totally different, and then you look at other games and then you see like all those artists that like left after Halo 4, literally like almost all of them went to Warframe. You know what I mean? And then they made that game, and then you're like, oh, so that's what the type of game you wanted to fucking make, because like, oh, their art looks exactly like it, you know. And that's why, like, you make a good point about the sci-fi thing, but I just think, like, if you're a sci-fi nerd, even if you, like, don't, like, if I had to work for, like, if I had to work for the Warframe company, I would fucking learn what makes that art style unique and get good at it, you know, but I wouldn't specifically like it the most, but, like, I would, you know what I mean? Like, I would still be able to pick it up. And I think that's because I'm just, like, a sci-fi nerd. Like, I wouldn't be able to pick up, like, I would say sports, but that's so basic and realistic. What's like some other shit? Like, honestly, like Call of Duty, like real life military stuff. Be honest, dude. Like, I like the concept of a lot of stuff, but I can't remember like every gun and how they all function and shit. I really should, because it'll help with game dev and being more accurate and better at animating, you know, all sorts of things. But like, I kind of like the idea of having like things that are like based off reality, but not like, but they're like not real. You know what I mean? Like, where it's like the Halo guns are like similar to real life guns, but they're like not. And that way, you don't have to like worry too much about like things being a certain way. But I would be so bad at like doing stuff that was like super realistic or something. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to think of something else that would be a better example. Like, if I was making like a family game with like really animated characters that look like they were from Pixar, okay, that's a good example. Some people would probably kill and do great working on something like that. Bro, it would just hurt for me to work on that, and I would hate it, and I would probably do bad, and I probably wouldn't do it good, you know, or right, or whatever. You know what I mean? Just because I just like don't, I don't know. It's just not my thing, and I don't like think about it, and I don't like, you know, I could probably pick it up and learn it, I guess. But it, like, I guess because I'm like, it could be stuff would be so much to you. It just sucks, you know. But like, you know, if I'm like working on like a 3D model and it's related to like a sci-fi game or something cool in general, then it's just something that I find cool. But and I find a lot of things cool. So I feel like most game studios, I find cool about it. But there's other game studios, man, it would just be really hard to like make like little kid games, for example. Like, that would be like, okay, well, at least I got a job, you know. But some people are just really good at like knowing what people like that like, and understanding it, or maybe they have like a whole bunch of kids, and you know, I don't fucking know. I'm just talking. Makes me think of Destiny 2's lack of art style when Destiny 1 was good. Yeah, well, exactly. It's like Destiny 2, like, it's like they're imitating it, you know, like it, and they reused a lot of the assets and brought a lot of the assets that were never used to the game that were originally planned for Destiny 1, and so it's like in ways it looked like it, but if you look at the atmosphere and the lighting and shit and the extra detail and like you can just see like the difference between like what was like, I mean, like, I know like Bungie died like after, you know, like during Halo Reach or something on Reach or whatever, but at the same time they like also, there were still like enough people initially after that to like still see them shine through, in my opinion. But then by Destiny 2 it was fucking all the light, ironically, from Destiny, I'm just kidding, no, the last light was gone. The darkness won on Destiny 2. You don't need to play the game to know that. I'm just kidding. But honestly, Destiny 2 wasn't terrible, dude. I actually thought a lot of the game still looked really great, like the skyboxes, and a lot of it was really good. But I don't know, man. Something about it just made me stop playing it. Like I just couldn't keep playing it. I felt like I was working, like it was a job, and I felt like it wasn't even fun. You know what I mean? And then besides that, everything it just felt like repetitive and reused. Like, oh, the same enemies, but now they're inverted colors and they twitch, or like they broke their animations or something. I don't know. I don't know if they even actually made them unique, or if they just like deleted their like overlay animation overlays and made them look glitchy or something. I'm just kidding. No, you know what I mean? It just looks super low effort. Like sometimes they do things that I'm like, God, dude, this is majestic as fuck. And then other times I'm like, wow, this looks extremely low effort. Actually, that's how I feel about Marathon. Like it looks like it could be cool. Like the idea of that art style it has is kind of cool and unique, but they just like took that art style and made it lazy as fucking possible. It made it as boring and shitty as it possibly can be. And then they made a game that's mid as fuck. It's like not innovative in any way, and it's just imitating other games, and it just can't. It has, I don't know, man. If they just made, honestly, I think if they just made games the right way, like instead of trying to be like new and unique and shit, I think they would just be way better off. Like I get like what they're doing, but like, man, I don't know. Like, I just feel like if they just went and made like Marathon, like a Marathon game, I feel like it would have been pretty successful. Maybe not like it could have been maybe not like the game, but like I still feel like it would have, if they just played it a little safer and shit. Like this whole like stolen art style thing, that was a fucking disaster. And then again in the game, I feel like they had this hyper realistic version of the art style originally. And then in the actual game we get, like the only part of it that still kind of reminds me of it is like some of the indoor lighting, you know what I mean? And the indoors and shit. But I guarantee, like, no matter how much they work on it, they won't be able to nail the way it looked in the trailer, because they already decided to not go after that style, Like, no matter how much they update it, it will never look the way the way that I got excited for it, because they literally told everyone they changed the art style in Marathon. And the only difference in the art styles is just one's fucking has a lot more detail and effort, and one's lazy. Like one just uses diffuse maps, and it's called something simplism. The art director literally, this is like literally what he said. He said it's called like something simplism, and then the other one was like called like realistic. I don't know. It literally went from realistic to simple or something, but like in the way it is. I forgot the fucking name of it though. It's in an interview though. I posted on Twitter. That's been in the industry for like 3 decades or so, or at least understands the nuances of it. Yeah, like it can't be hard to find. We all know someone that understands the nuances of it is out there, and there's like so many people on Twitter that are actively like, man, like here's my proof that I can do this or understand what makes this important, and it looks like everyone agrees when it goes viral, and then like. They just will ignore all those people and just hire like someone that already works for Microsoft, or that like has done the job on a different unrelated game. Like, I don't know. It's like at this point I can't tell if they're just like desperate because like no one wants to fucking deal with Halo Studios. Like that's what, or in Microsoft sometimes I feel that like that's the issue, but then I see people on Twitter that are like openly like, yeah, I would love to work for their game. That would do amazing. So, I don't know. It's just a weird situation, Have you seen Destiny 2's most recent DLC coming out? The atmosphere and art just got stomped out by Star Wars shit. Yeah, that's still not out. I thought that was already out. That's just such a sellout thing. It's like, okay, if you're gonna do Star Wars, do fucking Star Wars. Stop, like, don't partner with Star Wars to imitate it and be like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. It feels like a mod or something, and it feels like they put a weird amount of effort into it, and it's something that like no one really wants or asks for. Like, I don't know, like it kind of, and I feel like just like the idea sounds kind of cool, But I don't know. I think Bungie needs a lot of things right now, and they need to start focusing on like the next big thing or whatever's gonna keep them afloat. Because like that ain't it. Like that would be like something cool on the side if things were already going really great, you know. But it seems like it's just taking too much. I don't know. Manhole. God, I can't wait till this BSP's done. The thought of original marathon art style would help me come by with the lack of Halo. Yeah, that's too. Like just having games with that type of vibe, dude. Even if there was like another unrelated sci-fi game that was like Halo that had the same like, you know, had like that hero and the mystery, you know what I mean? Some really good art, and then also a lot of depth to it, and then also parallels to reality. One of the biggest like Bungie, they did so many things, and they thought of so many brilliant ideas in so little time. Like the fact that they tied like Christianity to like all these themes in the game, and like to all these names and ideas, and and it's like I'm not even like Christian, but like it's just cool because it's like it's super religious in the game, because the covenant. It's not like realist like a real religion, but it's like parallel in a lot of ways to things, and it's just interesting because it's like the more you look into something, the more deeper it goes, and then it adds to the mystery. But then, like, there's no depth in shit anymore. You know what I mean? And new shit. It's just like, oh, like the Endless, dude. They could have made that so interesting and made it, like, linked it to precursors. But they basically already confirmed. Just like the Forerunners. The Forerunners aren't human, and the Endless aren't precursors. They're just new random things that we just threw in there that kind of take away from anything that we learned before, and then it makes me not care about the future because they're just gonna keep adding new things that don't matter. That like honestly like really just kill everything before that did matter. You know what I mean? Like if they had a reason for it to be like they're like, oh, this is all connected. This is all deep and well thought out. Then I would be like so happy. But like it's crazy how they have like 9 writers, they have like 1,000 books and all these waypoint articles with all this writing, and they still got their stories so fucking like spread out that it's just like it's kind of shitty now. Like it's good, but it's like they could have like fixed like all the issues it had. You know what I mean? Like it's still good. Like I don't want to say it's terrible. Like their books are alright, pretty good. But the thing is, it's like, man, they could have connected it all. They could have been like Forerunners are actually human, but they're a branch of humans that were uplifted, blah blah blah, and they became different, but they're still considered different. But they all are also human. They're different but the same, and that could have been like, oh, okay, so like that's why it was so kind of like, that's why it seemed like, it's like we got an answer. Like humans are Foreigner, but it still felt like they weren't in a way. That could have like added to it without taking away, in my opinion. And then same with the precursors. Like the only thing that can survive them, and that the only thing that's worse than the Flood. It's the precursors. I mean, they are the Flood, if anything. And like the precursors are like fucking God in Halo. Like like I just feel like, if the Endless are just literally a random race, and they're just like they just have like no nervous system, like fucking like you saw that they had like all this art for like starfish, like they were originally starfish, and they were all this other stuff like that, right? It's like they were totally going after the idea that they just could survive the Halo array because they don't have like whatever in their system that accelerates time and kills them, or like melts them, or like dissolves them, or whatever the fuck it is that does that. From what I've heard, apparently Halo arrays like shoots a wave off that actually can accelerate time like so far that anything that it passes through it will basically like die. But the Endless, they can live forever, and they don't die. They just keep going. So like it just passes through them, and they age, and nothing happens because that's literally how it would, that's how it would go for them. And they have whatever, just like just like the precursors. They can Till they can speak. I forgot all the fucking words they use. There's like they're like telepathic or whatever. They can hover and they could think to each other, talk to each other, and then they use electricity and they can do all that shit. So like it's very based off precursors. You know what I mean? Like all that shit's related to precursors. That's why I'm like, dude, if it's not precursors, man, I don't know. I'm just rambling because like that's just what I'm saying. Like they honestly could make it like pretty cool, but I just feel like they're gonna fuck it up, man. The thing about Microsoft that sounds like some inner politics of company or policy. It's parallel to more how a religion works than how, say, Christianity, yeah, infinite, endless is funky. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I don't know, Microsoft. I just feel like I don't know. I want to say they have like influence over I guess they do. They have influence too much over like their sub companies, like Halo Studios. They like work in a lot of the same ways. But then also like when it comes to like their expectations and release dates, like they don't even fuck around anymore, man. Like no one's really concerned about this, but we only have like 9 months until they have to have like a working finished build, for like Halo campaign Evolved, and like, dude, like I saw way more issues I think in that trailer than other people did, but I think they saw it. They were just like, oh, it's a teaser and an early build. They have they're gonna fix all that, and I'm like, bro, you don't even get it. Like they had like a quarter of stuff to fix when they delayed Halo Infinite a year. And then they barely did that. Look how unfinished it was after a delayed year. They still had to delay the multiplayer for like months and months and months and months and months. So I'm like, dude, like they're gonna fucking release the most unfinished, half-baked, like kind of janky ass product, and like it'll be all right. Like it'll be cool in a lot of ways, but there's gonna be a lot of things about that game engine that still won't work. I bet. I guarantee it. Like if it's not that way, I will be very surprised, and honestly, it will probably make me like the game. Like if they actually get everything working pretty well by the time it comes out, and there isn't like missions that feel like they're like ghost missions compared to like what Halo used to feel like. You know what I mean? Like there's no like if they like add those extra details like the green visors on the Marines and give them some proper armor, and replace some more models. Have all the levels finished and everything working fine. That's great. But the thing is that there's a lot of stuff with like the game engine that still like doesn't work right, and it's just super obvious to me when I play it, or not when I play it, but when I watch it, And I don't know, like I know I'm being nitpicky because like I like see Halo every day and I fucking like notice all these things, but like I just feel like these things that I'm noticing now are the type of things that people will hate in retrospect, Like the same things that I'm seeing are the same type of things that made people hate Halo CEA, and I can't find one person that's like, oh, that's amazing, But like I feel like right now people are excited for it because it's new and pretty and shiny. But then like when it comes out and they're like past that honeymoon phase with the game, like they're gonna be looking at it the way I am now, I think, and they're gonna be like, oh god. I mean, there are already people out there looking at it the way I see it. There definitely are, and actually there are people looking at it way worse and way more strongly than I am, which is fine. Like honestly, I don't, everyone's different. But like, yeah, I just think like, I don't know, man. Like I just hope that I'm really hyped up for the other project, to be honest. Not hyped. I don't want to say hyped, but you know what I mean? I'm like curious as fuck. Like I want to see it. I hope they don't cancel it. I fucking hope they don't cancel it, dude. I hope it doesn't get pushed until like they're gonna be like, we developed this game for the past 20 years. Finally, the large game mode by Certain Affinity is released. Like I don't know. Like I hope that's going well. That's why I'm scared to even bother with feedback, because I saw how bad Infinite was. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Infinite, though. It's like, my thing with Infinite is a lot of it was, they nailed a lot of it, but then they just didn't finish it. You know what I mean? Like, if it had the finished, like, more campaign stuff or like a DLC, it would have been perfect. And then if they had multiplayer done, like the full suite done on launch, it would have been perfect. You know what I mean? And then I think at that point they would have had enough time to add something like Warzone. But like instead, they kind of just like were like, okay, well, they seemed like they weren't able to do War, like they prototyped Warzone and did all this other stuff, but it's like they went into like hyper focusing on Forge because they saw how like much potential it had, and then they're like, I think that in their eyes they had to like justify not having like something like Warzone by adding Firefight, which is like kind of a similar scale of content. You know what I mean? Like it's not the same, but it's similar and you can kind of imitate Warzone and do other things, but not having anything in like a dev quality level just kind of sucks, man. Like like they can make Warzone in Forge, but it won't be Warzone. It'll be Warzone in Forge. You know what I mean? Just like they say, like I have Halo at home. You know what I mean? Um, that's why. That's why I'm negative about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if people are negative about it. Like, I do get like that's a fair opinion to have. You know what I mean? I think some people, like, I'm kind of like media, like in the middle about it. You know what I mean? Some people are really hyped and like acting like it's the next biggest thing, and they're gonna simp everything like Halo Studios does anyway, no matter what. Like, they'll be on their knees as soon as they can. As soon as this first second they're already on their knees. You know what I mean? There's some people like that are super that way, and then I try to stay in the middle a little bit. I try to, at least. Sometimes it's hard. Like whenever whenever they revealed Halo Campaign Evolved, I was like so like, first of all, they fucked it up, and honestly that ruined it for me because I was trying to live stream it, and then like there were so many things that were like honestly, like I was really negative. I had to delete like the first half of my stream because I was pissed. But after a while, I kind of let everything chill out, and I was like, okay, it's not that bad. But because I get super like, oh, like they can do so, like it would be crazy for them not to understand like how to do everything the way we want it now. Like they've seen. Infinite was exactly like a great test bed for a lot of that stuff, and and they, again, like a lot of its success was mainly because like it was half baked as hell and janky and the physics sucked, and and there's no content. But like if that stuff wasn't there, it would have been great. If it had like Warzone or like a huge large scale game mode, it would have been great, just because it would have kept like people entertained longer for like modern audiences. Like when you got to compete with like Warzone and Battlefield, like you don't need a battle royale, but I do believe they need like something that can like compare to those. You know what I mean? That's why I hope this new multiplayer game has like the full suite. Like arena, large scale warfare of some sort, whether it's Battlefield or Battlefront, or I don't really care what style it is. I just want something new and refreshing, maybe alongside an arena game mode. But I have a feeling the next multiplayer Halo game will not have traditional Halo at all. I have a weird feeling. I'm not saying it will, but like I have a feeling that it could equally be like an ODST, more like like grounded experience, that like more like marine type experience or something, than just as much as a Spartan one. You know what I mean? I also feel like because they're going to stick it on Unreal, I wonder if if that multiplayer experience is paired up with the engine, because that engine that they got going on seems like it would work great for, or not great, but enough for single player. But I don't think that would work for multiplayer. There's too many things that like would cause things to break, in my opinion. Especially like a lot of the gameplay flaws and stuff that it has in single player are less noticeable when you're just killing AI and shit. But like I don't know, man. Like I do wonder. I just wonder how that's gonna come out. But hopefully it doesn't suck. That's in the end. That's all that matters, right? Hopefully it's what we need, man. Like, okay, so like part of me thinks like, yeah, Halo Infinite failed just because it lacked content. Firefight. So like hopefully we have like all that. Hopefully we have a good campaign to play, and then within like that year we have like something like a multiplayer that has like Forge, something like Forge, you know, something that's like Arena and something that's big. The Foundation is interesting, just a few hiccups. What, for the campaign involved? Or what do you mean? Blood splat. Why are these decals supposed to just be in the on here? I might have to just put these in there, some in there later manually. Reach engine, the modding possibility for that alone is I saw. Yeah, I do agree, but it really depends. Like, I mean, I think they'll be able, like, I don't think it'll, like, I think they'll be able to mod it. Like, I think Zed will be able to get into it, but at the same time, I don't feel like we're guaranteed that we will. You know what I mean? Because I do, even though it works just like, you know, like CEA and Halo 2A, it also, I think it might work like less parallel and more like the Unreal side, like it's plugged in more to the Unreal side instead of, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you might have to be able to break through Unreal as well, like, or if that makes sense. I don't know, like, but the thing is, I see people modding Unreal games like not natively all the time, especially model replacements. So even if like there's something stopping the typical way to, you know, to mod stuff, I think they'll be able to. But I'm just basically saying I'm slightly worried that it won't be as easy for us to or something. But hopefully that's not true. It'd be kind of cool though, just like you could kind of like on Halo 2A, like I made like the Prophet floaty chair that you can use in game, and it'd be cool to like make stuff like that and like try to like fish out secrets files and things in the game. Like, you'll probably be able to like load in like reach assets and then they'll just be invisible or something. Impossible tune-ups to back port of things from later engines. I don't know what you mean, to be honest. But their engine kind of seems like it's like, it seems like they started with Reach as source, and then they, you know, uncommented out the flood stuff that, you know, like a lot of it I think was just accommodated out, and they just had to like put it back in. It's probably already there, you know what I mean? They probably just had to enable it in a way. But then some stuff though, like some stuff looked like it was that stuff that wasn't there until like Halo 4, you know what I mean? So like it makes me wonder if they like took some stuff from the future engines, like well, I mean, like sprinting was already in Reach, but like it's handled differently. And then you have that like not like ADS, but you have like that smart zoom that Halo 4 has, which wasn't enabled, but it's like in the engine, you know what I mean? And that's kind of ended up being what Halo Infinite did, kind of. Some of it, Infinite, it's like a hybrid of like, it's like ADS, and I think some stuff is just like normal smart scope or whatever. They all have like holograms though, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't know. But yeah, like, and then there's oh, you can like drop your guns, like you can drop your guns and shit, you know what I mean? Like, that's not a feature, that's an engine, you know what I mean? Like, they added some things, but I do wonder like on what level of the engine they did that too, or if they had to like what else they added. They have the resources to just re-enable things or build it out. Yeah, I mean, that's what I assume. If anything, why didn't they do that to like, I wonder how, like, was Halo Infinite or Halo 5 or Halo 4's engine so like fucked in a way that they couldn't use those? Like, I get like Halo Reach feels or is like a good engine, right? But like Halo 4's is literally Reaches with improvements. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not, and then like you can make the gameplay and everything exactly the same. So that's why it's like, I do wonder like if if they really used Reaches or if they just combined like a whole bunch of them. And then it just seems like Reaches because they're obviously using Reaches animations. I hope people aren't thinking that or calling it Reaches engine just because of that. But I remember, I think Vengeful Vidam was pointing out some things that like only happen in Reaches engine or something. So maybe that could be, you know. Halo Infinite engine has so much technical debt, it's not even funny. Well, yeah, but so does Halo Reach's engine, you know? They couldn't, it's not like they can do that in Halo Reach's either, you know? And like, the technical debt that, in my opinion, that was the biggest thing. Well, I think the biggest problem is they couldn't do large scale, you know, stuff. Like, all the BSPs have to connect, and they can't do them too long, and they lose too much precision, and that's why like the campaign probably had so much issues with co-op, and why, you know, the open world was so like buggy, to be honest, and unoptimized feeling. But then like and I think that would be the same with Reach, but maybe not the graphics, maybe not because they have the graphics side. Maybe they can expand Reach's engine to be bigger because, or maybe because they're not using the graphics side of Reach engine, they won't have that issue, you know what I mean? But then again, like, why wouldn't, you know, I wonder why they wouldn't have that issue with Infinites if they did that, you know, or Halo 5s or 4, I don't know. Maybe they're just being safe by doing, like, you know, because they know Reach was fine. Even though I really didn't enjoy Reach that much. I thought Reach was like the first Halo that I didn't really like as much as the other ones. Like, every Halo that came out, I was like, fucking, this is amazing, and this is what I wanted. And then Halo Reach came out, and I was like, I mean, this is alright. Like, this is cool. This is a different take, I guess, and this is an interesting perspective, you know, it's a cool story. It's kind of like how I would look at a spin-off right now. I think it would be nice and refreshing, but, like, I still think, like, I really want a spin-off, so don't get me wrong, but I don't think it would be better than, like, Halo 3, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm not trying to say Reach was bad, but it's just so hard to, like, come out of Halo 3 and even ODST, since it was part of Halo 3, you know, and be like, damn, how do you top that? Especially by making so much changes. But yeah, I mean, I think they were just still learning. I think they're trying to figure out stuff for Destiny on Reach, and also I think they were just tired of doing the same type of game. They wanted to, like, change it up a little too. I mean, Reach was good though. It just kind of like wasn't exactly what I expected, and honestly, the little things like the DMR being like the primary just made me like not like the gameplay. And then, like, all the abilities were so interrupting with the gameplay, like sprinting and armor lock. I'm like, why are these abilities? Like, sprinting should just be either a thing in the game or just not in at all. You know, like how it's confusing because normally, like, you gotta kind of build your game around that stuff. I mean, obviously you gotta build it around everything, even like a jetpack and this and that. But it just felt so strange and as an ability or whatever. But I don't know. Yeah, I think, I mean, I see what you mean. Like, you know, they definitely used it to help it feel like Halo. But in my opinion, I think Halo 4 and 5 felt like Halo. I just don't think they looked like Halo. You know what I mean? And then some of the things that didn't maybe feel like Halo, they were usually just like abilities or things that, like, you know, I will say, like, the default settings of the game, maybe they could have made it a little more floaty and stuff like Halo 3. It felt a little less that way, I guess. You know, like, I think the game, basically what I'm saying is I think the newer game engines had everything in them still to feel the same if they had the same settings, you know, and everything. Like, I don't think they changed anything to make it to make that different. I don't know. Either ways, I think it's a good idea. It's like a Frankenstein engine as, like, the best of all Halo engines in one. It's not the worst idea. And they're starting from, like, a point that they knew was safe. So, and then if they say like it's the Reach engine, all those people that are like, "Oh, Reach," you know, they'll just love that. Like, since I'm like, you know, since we are like know more about the engines, we know that, like, it really isn't anything different between the Reach and the Halo 4 one, for example, but you might love the engine. Like if I like you can totally port Halo Reach to Halo 4, all the all the everything, and then maybe even convert like the textures or just like make a shader that can handle all the materials. And if you did that, it would be identical. But at the same time, it would be really pointless because it would literally be the same thing. But wait, damn it, what happened? Did I go through everything? Let me go through the bottom and go up this time. I definitely didn't go through everything. There's no way. Oh, fuck. It's the water that fucked it up. I think I saved it recently, thank God. Yeah, the whole wanting the original game formula. I'm so indifferent about it, though. Like, I think it's a good formula, but I don't think it's the best formula, and I think it could have been improved on, or I think they could have made different formulas that were just as good. And a lot of the devs say that too. They're like people got so like hung up on the fact that, well, this is we found what gameplay loop that works, and it was fun. We made, and then if you add certain things to that gameplay loop, it will break it, and it will not be as fun. But that does not mean, which is something that everyone acts like it does mean. Not everyone, but like a lot of these like old heads and shit in the scene, on the Halo scene. It's like, dude, no, like you can still have a formula that works just as well, but you would have to change so much about it that it would be different and unique, but in work for what it is, but it will not be the same thing. You can't just change one thing. You would have to change like the whole formula, not just like one part of it, not just one ingredient. You know what I mean? And that's why. I don't know, but you have to actually like keep doing that and keep playing and actually make sure it's fun. You can't just be like, okay, is this right? Is this how it's supposed to be? Like, they didn't make sure it's fun and good, But like, I don't know. My whole thing is like, yeah, you can't just add sprint to Halo and be like, that works. No, like you'll have to change a lot of stuff, and in the gameplay, in the level design, all sorts of things. And it all depends on like how you balance everything. But I mean, just like the people that made Halo were saying like on Twitter, like literally like a couple of weeks ago, like if you take one thing away, you can, or add one thing, it's like everything has pros and cons. Like now you can do this, but now it takes away from this. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to balance those out, and that's all it is. You got to just like think about all those things and just balance them out as much as you can. But I feel like people just think like just because they found like a golden formula, like doesn't mean there's not more than one. You know what I mean? Like Halo 3 had a golden formula, but I would never think that's the only way you can make a game that's just as good. But yeah, you know what I mean though. And that's why I'd say, like, I would actually love for them, like, to maybe randomly one day make, like, a Halo game that's exactly like a traditional one. You know what I mean? Where it just feels like, you have everything that Halo 3 had, basically. And then, and just and then have no sprint, make it just like Halo 3, Just make it, like, exactly like that. I would actually love for them to do that, just so I can see how it is received by people. But my thing is, I think no matter what, people nitpick it to hell, and they'll blame those things on its failure. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, I don't know. Like, so I do wonder. Like, I think it could be good. Like, I think if they handle it, like the team that did, this is a good. I think this will be a good point. What's it called? Not Warhammer for the 400,000 whatever it's the Warhammer Space Marine 2. Okay, so like one of the dudes that I think loved or worked on Halo was inspired by Halo or something, worked on it, and that's why that game was that way, because it was like that full package classic, full package game where it has like a campaign and a multiplayer and some other features, and then it's just everything, some unlockables, and then it's just there and that's it. It's not like there's no like hidden store, and there's no like all this extra shit where you have to spend a ton of money. It's just this package, and you get it, and you might have one deal, a few map packs later on, but that's it. And then 2 or 3 years, or 3 years goes by, and then you have like another one. Like I wouldn't mind that, just to see how it goes, because it was successful for like that Warhammer game, but at the same time, again, I don't think it's the only way that game could be successful. But I do think that like formula or whatever is good. I also do wonder if the game companies are like not making nearly as much money as they feel like they should on it, and that's why they don't do those anymore, which is sad. Yeah, I mean, I definitely do too. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to say like I don't want it, but yeah, like I definitely would like to see how it goes, and I want to see them like give it like as much effort as like like as Halo Infinite or something. Not Infinite. Actually, what I would say is I want them to just finish it. Now, it doesn't, like Halo 2 and 3 were unfinished in a way. Like, the thing is, though, is the way their games were unfinished is they hit a point and they're like, okay, we have a year to finish. They were capable of scaling like what they could get done within that time. You know what I mean? They were capable of doing that. I don't know if they're able to do that nowadays or like what, but like they were able to say, okay, we need to cut it back. And like I guess they did for Infinite, but they didn't do it enough to like be like, okay, now we can release a full package on day one and everything's here and ready for you guys. Because that's what Halo 2 and 3 did, is like they had a full package plus more. Each one had full package plus more features, more, things you can do. But they still had to cut like fucking like a quarter of the campaign and this and that or the story, or you know what I mean. So they still had to do all this time crunching shit, but they also managed to make a game that had everything in it that we asked for, or not asked for, but expected, plus more, and it was at a good quality level. Everything was, it was just there. It wasn't like half broken. Like, there might have been some bugs, but the bugs that they did have were kind of fun usually. They weren't game breaking, and then, the quality was good enough, and all the things that mattered were there. All the things that mattered were there, and that's what I think is most important, Like, if they do that type of game, they need to make sure they release it the same way Halo 2 and 3 were, where it's like at least Halo 3's package, Like, I don't know, I guess they would make it would probably be even better, because they would probably be able to do Forge and other stuff like that better, but, like, that would just be, like, the best way for not just them, but for everyone to see how that would go, because that would also, like, if it was, like, super successful, then, like, that would be hilarious, actually, because they would be like, fuck, we were trying to do all this stuff, and figure out how to like be successful, and all they had to do is make the games like they always were. That would be funny. Let's see what he's wrote. And I think the modern audience does yearn for a full packaged game. Yeah, I mean, like, I what I want is something that's gonna keep me stuck to your game. You know what I mean? Like, so, okay, this is a good example. So Battlefield 6 came out, and it was amazing in all the ways, but dude, it lacks some big maps, and it lacks some content, and it's still my favorite game, second favorite game this year. But then Ark came out, Ark Raiders, and then I'm like, dude, like, this game is innovative and new, and it's this and that, but I'm like, it has something that's capturing my attention, and that's making me want to come back to it. You know what I mean? And it has the content to keep me going, and this and that. But like Battlefield, like, I don't know, man. The thing that this is why I'm worried, I guess, because Battlefield, like, they did so great, right? But like I'm kind of bored of it, and now Ark Raiders, like, a lot of people are going through what I am with the Ark Raiders and Battlefield, where they're like, they have Battlefield, but they're like all on Ark right now, and I get, like, that game, it's more it's more important to play new while it's new, and that's why I'm doing that. But man, sometimes I like worry about other games, because it's just like Battlefield did so much shit right, and it's successful, but like, man, I feel like it should be like even way more, you know. And also, I don't know, man. I guess it like so many things like matter, you know. Even the timing of these releases is so important, you know. Like the Halo Campaign Evolves coming out same week as GTA 6. Oh my god, like Halo is cooked if that's true. I don't know if it is, but like if that, like everyone assumed it's gonna come out on the anniversary, and if it still does, that would be crazy. Like I feel like at that point it wouldn't even matter how good it is. Like people are gonna only play it if they're like a Halo fan or if they're like really curious to what Halo's like. But most people are like a lot of people might play it later on after they're tired of GTA or something, or you know, maybe they can play it the week before GTA comes out. And that's actually true. A lot of people can get it and beat it before that game comes out. So at least there's that, you know. I think what's crazy to me is it's so hard to even ask for now. Yeah. I mean, everyone's so locked up in what modern games are, but like the thing is, it's like back then, dude, people were like innovative in a way, man. The game developers told people what, you know, was the next big thing and what what's going to be really cool, and then they were, because they were like the next big thing for real, you know, and like stuff that like the stuff Max Hoberman did with Halo 2, for example, and that he had planned that never made it. Like that's the shit they got to be looking at, like that type of shit where they're like making like these games like the next big thing, like what can make it the next big thing. Instead of leading the crowd, they're chasing the crowd. You know what I mean? I think Bungie always led the crowd. They weren't ever chasing anything. They led it. You know, these new games are all like just chasing like trends and like what makes money and this, and you know what I mean? I feel like that's a big problem too. Games like Arc Raiders, like I don't even know if you would like that game, but I'm just saying like that's successful because it's not chasing the trend as much, even though it is okay. Like it's kind of ironic because it's a extraction shooter, you know, but it's not like Tarkov, and it's so unique in the way you interact with people. Like people literally don't want to kill each other in this game; they want to survive. And like people, it's so like there's games like this on PC, you know, in the past, but like they like brought all these features together, and then the way you can like use like some of the things you can do in this game, it's so like innovative and well thought out. I'm just like, whoa, like what, like you know, like that's so smart, you know. There's just so like I don't know. There's just certain things like they took that genre that was like that was shining with potential, that never, in my opinion, really popped off the way it should, and then they like innovated it. You know, they instead of chasing it, they made it better. You know what I mean? And I think like that's kind of what they need to do more. And instead, they just want to make it like for some reason, people at Halo Studios think Halo was a graphical like showcase game of its times. Like there was not one Halo game that ever came out was like that, in my opinion. Like they had good graphics, but like dude, Halo 1 through 3, even at the times, there was like every game looked like it, in my opinion. They all looked blocky as shit. Some even looked better. Dude, like, and think about it, like Halo 3 came out the same year as Crysis, you know what I mean? Crysis looks like a modern game now, today. But Halo 3 came out like the same year as Crysis. Halo 3 was not the next innovative fucking like graphical masterpiece. It was just a masterpiece in general, and its art style made it so like it didn't need to be that. And even today you can still see that, you know what I mean? For me, when I took a break, I started beta for a game called SP2, and I had more fun with Unfinished Game than Battlefield 6 release, and I played probably 40 hours of beta on Battlefield. Yeah, or sorry, Simple Planes 2. Yeah, and that it's probably just because it's probably something new or unique feeling, or something that's like just not the same thing over and over, you know? I get it. Like, if you got to make a Battlefield game, you got to make a Battlefield game. But it's like there has to be ways to make these games like, not just feel like I literally feel like if they just did Battlefield 3 again with better graphics, that game would have been better because it has the same maps, it has a similar gameplay. But dude, the Battlefield 3 was not just a better game, but it had like way better vibes and shit and atmosphere and light and I guess lighting. Not lighting, but like this it's because obviously the fidelity's way higher in the new one, right? But in some ways, like the new one almost looks too gritty. Like it looks cinema. It looks amazing. It's super cinematic, super great. But all at the same time, like I still think they didn't do better than the game it's basically trying to imitate. They need to be a little more brave and bold with but like it's like they need to like have literally people that study what made their biggest games as big as they were. They need to like have like a huge study about that. Like even like Halo 1 needs that. Like all that one thing that Halo could easily fucking capture is all that 90s like like on the 90s like all the art like the art for like in the magazines like in the like whenever they had art for Halo back then, dude, the art was so crazy and amazing. And now everything's super like stale and like corporate feeling, you know what I mean? It's just like generic and basic as fuck. Like they need to bring back that like super cool 90s like art vibe that they had. Like I think you know what I mean, but I suck. I'm terrible at explaining what that shit's called. But all that shit that Rythaze captures and stuff, and even Marathon kind of was capturing a little bit of the idea of like something that could be kind of like that. But it just had this like really like interesting, like mysterious and trippy almost, or just like just like it made everything just feel so like whoa, there's so much depth to it, like this is like it made everything feel like someone could be like literally like it could be real almost in a way because of the depth and mystery, and then you were able to fill all that with like your own thoughts and ideas. And just like when I watch anime, like and like why a lot of that shit's hard to like put into like live action, which sometimes they do well with that, but it's like anime allows you to fill in all that all the like the simplicity of it and the art of it. Like it's really especially when it's hand drawn and really beautiful and shit, it allows you to like kind of like fill in your imagination in areas that like that don't shine with detail, but it's fine because like it's like you don't you still like you know what I mean though, like it's and then I see like an anime on Netflix and then they use like 3D models for their anime, and then all of a sudden like I could see the actual shading of that model, and it takes away from my imagination because it's like forcing me to see it that way or something weird like that. It's I don't know if that makes sense, but like that's how I see shit sometimes. Like certain art styles allow you to kind of like put your own impression into it, so you can kind of interpret it in a way that you see it. Kind of like when you read a book and you have an idea of what something is. It's like there's some things out there that are like kind of hard to, like certain art styles that allow things to be kind of just mysterious or just like hard to like identify in a way that's like, a lot of older stuff was good at this because it was so simple and trying to be something else, but like, I don't know, I kind of like that type of shit too, where like it may be hard to capture in a modern game, but at least when it comes to like the art of the like if it's in like in a magazine, or they write like an article about it, or they make like a poster, like if they make like an ad for it or a poster, they can use that art in those ads or in those posters, rather than like in the game. You know what I mean? In the game, that would be probably what I'm talking about, would be maybe like all those Forerunner glyphs like shining across like a Forerunner wall, making like some sort of mystery like thing going on. That's kind of the type of shit that I'm talking about. But they had that like type of stuff in a lot of just the normal game posters. Every time I saw a magazine, dude, back in the early 2000s for Halo, like in a Game Informer, dude, it wasn't ever just a simple article. I feel like it was always had some like dope ass art to like give them or something. Sometimes it was just screenshots, but if it was like promotional material, you know what I mean, they always had like the dopest fucking art. Like I'm like, dude, who fucking did that? It just looks fucking cool. and interesting. The Y2K feeling. Yeah, that's the feeling. Sorry, I was like focused on the modding. Yeah, that's the artistry the old games did before the early 2010. They were artists and engineers of that craftsmanship. Unironically, the Battlefield 3 maps for Battlefield 6 are probably better. They really are, though. Man, I wish they doubled down on Portal so that people can port stuff from older games. Still, I wish they could allow you to just double down on Portal and allow you to import stuff and mods and just do what you want. Because, like, making, like, a Forge version of, like, an existing map, that shit just will always feel so limited and so fake or something, or so, you know what I mean? It never feels like it's just a full experience. Anime gets it. Yeah, anime gets it for sure, yeah. Like, a lot of the good animes, not all of them do, but, like, the good ones that had good art, you know, the good hand-drawn, like high-quality art, and, you know, some aren't even hand-drawn, and they're still just really high quality and capture everything. Or maybe they are hand-drawn, but maybe more digital is what I mean. I know there's a lot of things now or following the trends of how movies are with cinematography. I don't understand. That's how Halo 5 was. I don't understand it, so I'm not really going to elaborate, but I know what they're saying. Yeah, like, dude, like the intro of Halo 5 is exactly like that. Like, they were trying to, like, it's like Marvel was like at its peak. You know, everyone's waiting on Endgame to come out, and they like fucking make the intro a Marvel intro, and you're just like, oh, like, this is Halo? Like, I mean, I guess it is. Like, technically, a Spartan could probably do something like this, but the way they did the cinematography was so, like, ridiculous that it felt like more like Power Rangers or like some sort of, I don't know. They didn't really feel like they weren't capturing the vibe of Halo with it at all. You know, they weren't capturing makes Master Chief feel so badass. Like, even when he does shit like fly off into the Covenant cruiser with a bomb, the way they like captured it, it just seemed like, you know, and they left the mystery in it, you know, so it seems like he could have done it. All he really did is like push off of the fucking bomb and then let float away long enough and then blow it up. Like, honestly, like, when you really think about it, like, he didn't really do that much. People are acting like you fucking, like, landed on the ship and killed the whole cruiser and did all this stuff, but I'm like, man, I think you can just say, like, I don't know, in the books they probably could say something like that, but in the game they could be like, bro, he just fucking, like, we gotta remember Master Chief could, like, predict, like, what side of a coin it'll land on as soon as he flicks it, you know, kind of, like, type of forward thinking a Spartan has. Like, I don't know if that's exact, like, quote of what they can do, but, like, they can do shit like that with their fucking reflexes and all the shit, you know. But I don't know, man. Like, that's why it's like they could technically kind of do the stuff they did in the Halo 5 intro, even like Master Chief probably, but it's just the way they did it. I was just like, God, like it was cool looking, but it almost felt like cheesy or something. I don't know. It just felt like Marvel. It just felt like Marvel, and I love Marvel. Like, that's the thing, is like, I really love it. So, like, watching it was just so, like, weird. I was just like, I love this and I hate this. You know? Have you ever seen the storyboards, the guy that did all this? And what, for Halo 5? Or for Marvel, or what? I don't think I've seen any of them, though. Halo 5, I don't know. Man, Halo 5's like, because Halo 4 is on like a mod tools and we were able to get like builds on the 360 for it, I did kind of dive into it a little more. But then like Halo 5, I feel so bad because like sometimes I feel the urge to just download it and to like run through the campaign but then like I did that one time and I was like, oh, never mind. It's not as like, I don't know, like sometimes I feel like I have like this weird retro nostalgia for it. Like, it's like, in retrospect I'll like it more, and then like sometimes I do with some things, like in retrospect I'm like, damn, Warzone was actually good, you know, and then and stuff like that. But now I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, I just don't really look at it as much, so I don't think I have seen it if you're talking about Halo 5. I have seen, did you see how they had It was the most bizarre thing how they had like flashback. You know how Halo Infinite had flashbacks to Halo 1 through 3 or whatever? But Halo 5 had that too, and they had that flashback to the bomb that I was talking about, where Chief, uh, shoot like flies the bomb into the ship. You remember seeing those cut scenes? Like that shit was trippy. Um, yeah, they had those cut scenes. I think Game Cheat uploaded them. You saw them, right? They're in Halo 5. It's like they were imitating the old cutscenes, but he of course he had it was all placeholder, and he had the new armor, the mod armor, but I guarantee he would have had his Halo 5 armor in the game, and then people would have been so mad, like saying they just made it so you know how we got the armor and because from nanobots. It's like, no, that was just the armor that he had on. Just like that was the ship that he was flying in. Like, they're totally different ships and armor. It wasn't nanobots. It's just that's 343's. In my opinion, yeah, she modded it. You can call it that if you want, but they just changed the art and how everything looks. And I'm like, bro, like, if 343, like, if that was successful, they would have had that flashback with him in that same armor. And they probably would have made Halo 3 Remake with mod armor on. I honestly feel like I would not doubt it if it was successful. Obviously, it wasn't that liked. I mean, it actually wasn't bad armor though. It just didn't really scream Master Chief. Like, it did a little bit, but not like classic Halo Master Chief. You know what I mean? Like, it does seem like the Master Chief of this art style, but it just doesn't seem like the same art style. Let's get my list of links. Okay, get that list. Get that fucking list. Man, I wish this would hurry up, not take as long. This BSP is way long. That one BSP I did had like 5 textures on it. This one has like 1,000. But yeah, and then speaking of that Y2K feeling, like that shit, I feel like it's kind of like coming back in. You know what I mean? I've seen a lot of things like successfully rock that, and I'm trying to remember like something. Like didn't like the new Alien movie or something? Not the new one, but like the one of the recent one kind of capture that well. Something else did. Like stuff like Helldivers, like, being like the Starship Troopers or whatever, and I mean, just like Halo was too. But it's like there's certain things that are happening that, like, a lot of things that have been successful have a lot of those vibes. I noticed. I'm trying to remember just like things that like I feel like that remind me of that. I don't know. Seems like there's not many left, hopefully. I'm scared to like... There might be, though. Dude, I swear I've already done this one. Oh wait, it's a different number. Yeah, they really should. I mean, I know it's like great because that's like when we were probably raised or whatever, or at least when I was, and like it's nostalgic. But dude, there was a lot of stuff about it that was like Like, if anything, like they should like take it and just like any art style and or thing out there or whatever, find out what people liked about it so much, like what vibes brought that people like were attracted to, and what themes or things, or I don't know. I'm just saying shit. Dude, I'm so glad I'm in fucking like art school, because now I can learn all these things that I can't fucking explain. Because it's like I have such good intuition, but I'm like fucking so bad at remembering things. Big Bap. What's up, Big Bap? Bip, bip. What they should have done with the armor in 4 is not have him change on the Infinity and have his armor get destroyed by the Didact at the end. The legendary ending should have been Chief just putting Halo 5 armor on and reuniting with the blue team. Yeah, like I wouldn't have mind like him changing his armor like he did in Halo 2 and he did in like, and I'm sure he would have again. I mean, it was damaged and shit, I think what fucks me up is the fact that even if Cortana figured out a way to change it, it's like, bro, it still has the same damage scarring. The whole ship was changed with nanobots. That whole fucking, the whole game was changed with nanobots, by the way. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? That shit it's just so dumb. Everything about that. Like, and it would have been so cool to get new armor, honestly. But they should have like blended in like with their new art style and the old one, and they could have had pretty much what everyone, like not everyone, but like all these people want me to do with the mod by having like old, people want a mod where like before the Infinity you get like all the classic shit in there, but then at the Infinity then you start seeing the new weapons and the new armor, and what I might actually do is make 2 versions of my mod where, since it would be kind of easy, but like I can put like one of them, I can just put all the classic style weapons the whole way through, including Halo 3 Master Chief, and then another one have him get armor like at the Infinity or whatever, whenever he seems like a good thing. Like you could like, I think ending is a good idea too, though. I just know like all these people are all these people online. It's like they just, I guess that's just the way they will. Always thought it should have been, or something like that. But it would be too weird to change your armor in the middle of a game. It's like, why? But yeah, then they could have had an excuse for like the new art style, because that Requiem could still have looked like it the way it does. But they, and at that point they're like, oh, it's Promethean, Forerunner structures. Well, now the Prometheans are also Halo 1 structures. So I guess they're not Promethean structures. And then the Halo 1 structures just don't exist now in 343 lore. No, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't think that stuff's really that important, but I just hate how like so much people try to tie it to stuff like that so much in the past, when it was just the arts, like, and then they did that so much that I actually kind of started going with it, and I was like, okay, fine. But now it's not that way, and I'm like, see, man. Also, maybe a controversial opinion, but the Dawn and by extension most Halo ships should be retconned to be much bigger. It doesn't make sense to have cryopods. Even with Halo 3's Dawn. Yeah, Halo 3's Dawn's honestly really small. They definitely should have upscaled it, but they should have kept they should have made it feel like the same ship. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the Forward Unto Dawn's like the equivalent of a space yacht. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and then you got like the Infinities, like the fucking Titanic or whatever, the those big ass ships. Like, bigger than those in general, but like when you compare like the size difference, that's kind of how I see it. Like, they're not the same size, like, but kind of see it that way a little bit. Whoa! Oh, I was like, there's nothing. I thought I was almost done for a second. Oh. We have to scroll down all the way this. There's probably 1,000 fucking things left. Oh my god. Hopefully all these are repeats almost. Damn, like all these like things like that are posters and all these dirt piles and all these decals I'm doing, I'm gonna have to go in all the textures and enable the alpha, because they won't. I guarantee they're not blended right by default. Also, I wonder if it would have been better if Chief woke up like 40 years later instead of 4. Would have made it much more sense art style wise and freed up a lot of storytelling. Yeah, and then that way it would explain why everything changed so much. At least with the Infinity and all the Halo shit, like I'm like they looked like, I mean, obviously like styles change in real life, but 4 years later, like dude, like think about 4 years from now or before, like, you know, like what changed in 4 years previously. Not much. I do know that like sometimes there's like periods where there's like exponential growth of like style and like technology, and things can affect that kind of shit. But I don't know, man. Like it's just, again, it's just too much that it was just an art style change. Like I love trying to like put reason and logic to everything, because when you build a universe, you want to like try to like make it as grounded and real as possible or whatever, like so that it's like not real, like obviously you can have things that aren't possible happen, maybe if there's an explanation in the lore for it, but like at the same time I just want it to be well thought out and have depth, and you know, I like that's why I loved Marvel, you know. But the thing is, though, it's just like they make these awesome connected universes, and they always ruin them. They always fucking ruin them. And just like for just like movie and game franchises, they have all these great movies and game franchises, and they always ruin them and make them something they're not. My headcanon is by 2589 reaches epilogue, everything looks like the Reclaimer art style. I mean, that would work, you know, or just like, I don't know. It's like, that could have been a good, at least for the things that were different, you know, for the things that like, you know, like the Foreigner structures, like obviously they shouldn't change, but I just think like they should like they could have easily been like, okay, that was just, you know, like I was saying earlier, the Prometheans, this and that, and then from now on, we'll just try to make. We have this, like they built an encyclopedia. They have like all these writers and artists and shit. It's like, dude, like get people to like you have like a Bible basically already for like what's in the universe. Well, do that with the art style and shit too, so that like everything could be, you know, have an explanation. And they tried to do that. But it's like they did all that fucking hard work to get everything to like be connected and have an explanation, but now they're doing things that break that. Now they're doing things that like make it so like, oh, well, you can't have 2 explanations because, and here you explained it to be this, but in these remakes, for example, they're going to be different in ways. So how are you going to explain these? You know, and it's like they went to explaining everything to now it's just like, well, how are you going to explain that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like for them to explain everything. I kind of like when they just keep it a mystery, like Halo 1 through 3, to be clear. But it's like, if they are going to do it like Marvel, then I like it to be as consistent and like as possible, and as connected, and so that way it does really feel like a new universe. Like, I think doing that is a really awesome thing, but it's so hard to pull off, and it always gets ruined. Like, and then all these, whenever people do that, it always turns into multiverse. Like, imagine Halo becoming a fucking multiverse. Oh god, I could see it though. They already have time travel. I guarantee the next villain's gonna have a multiverse travel. And then they're gonna reboot it and again be like, oh, well, here's the 3rd reboot or remake. Or I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But that would be funny though. Okay, I can't find the original link, so I just linked their art station in DMs, but you've probably seen this, but there was one explaining some panels of them. Wait, what? I should probably ask Zophie. I'm gonna go eat. I'm drowning into Halo 4 development links. that's cool, bro. That's cool. I'll look at the link real quick though, just in case you're still here. What is that one? Second link. I don't know if I've seen this show reel. It's kind of cool. If you're still here, what were you trying to show me in this again? I just start rambling while I'm on. I don't remember what I'm talking about. Even while I'm like talking, I'll like lose track what I'm saying. I'll just be like Halo. It's kind of funny seeing older, just in 2010, like even the 3D programs. Still the same, but all those aliasing pixels. You know, Assassinations is one thing that like I didn't really think would be great in Halo because it kind of interrupts the gameplay flow. But dude, I think Assassinations was a win for sure because it's optional. You know, you don't have to hold the button down. I like when things are optional in gameplay like that, like a hold versus non-hold. I don't know if I've seen the actual show reel. Here's an art station. I don't remember. Oh, that one is unrelated. I have a bunch of links like that. Okay, yeah, that one's cool though. I don't know if I've seen all the animations obviously, but I don't know if I've seen the actual video. Dude, Twisted Metal was like the first game I played on PlayStation in like 2000, or I mean like 1995 or something stupid like that. Dude, that game was fucking good. Oh, we got Erdidact in his balls. Is this Halo? It's just some like, it sounds like a fucking copyright song. I don't know, you know, a lot of songs that like don't, like I would think give me copyright, just give me like a weird notification, but then some shit, like some shit will give you like a straight up strike. I don't know if that's on sound though. What's on here? It's just like random shit. Oh, these storyboards? Okay. Were these part of that one video that I uploaded like a long time ago? I think they were. I hope they were. They look familiar. I remember like seeing all these on an early Halo build, or Halo 3 build. I wonder if there's anything not in here that's in that video. It's kind of interesting seeing the cryo room since it's technically in Halo 4. Damn, so he felt like every single one. I guess he just did all these, right? No Johnson, baby. It's nice seeing these in like the full quality though too. Dude, some of these are fucking fire though. Like some of these I'm like, damn, bruh. Not gonna lie, that's pretty tight, pretty titty tight. I hope all these are in the one video form, cause these are cool. I wonder if he has these for if he did these for the cut missions before they were cut, or if these were like done after they revised the story. Seems like it was like after they revised the story. I have that one video. Let me go to it real quick. Yeah, the storyboards in most of the games. I haven't watched that one video in so long that I had. I think I had all of them, but I'm curious. It's been so long. Oh, no. Oh my god, there's so many videos from Halo 3 that are... There's them. I wonder if they had everything in this. And it was 26 minutes long. There's like all these clips from those early levels and shit. I wonder if he animated this too. Does this have sound? I can't remember. I think it does, right? Oh yeah, I put them in like order. They were like out of order, I think. Whatever happened to that Sabretooth dude? I guess he ran out of storyboards to use. Oh, did I end it? Or, black screen it? That's why. I must have put something at the end there on accident. I don't think he has that cutscene. Damn, I want to see that. I want to see that ending cutscene. In the motion version. Yeah, I think this has that like. I don't think the video version had the ending cutscene in it, which is kind of cool. And these are like super clear. Kind of look nice, to be honest. Okay, come on, let's get through these. And that's a 90s action flick. The people who animate the scenes also had some interesting commentary too, but I can't find those things. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Damn, we got a lot of these done. Oh, wait, am I actually done? Did I miss one? I think I just saw I miss one. I found one. All right, I'm gonna just import this fucking Pierre like with it at the same time. I'm almost done with this part of the city. Hopefully the next parts won't even have that much after all these. Poster 34. Poster 35. Poster 36. Poster 37. I wish I could just do all these at once. Is there a way to do that? Link all tags at once. Just link everything you can. If you can't do it, then just don't do it. I bet I can write a script to be like, just go down, fucking hit them all. Hit them all. Hit all them. Make them all linked. Oh my god, we going. We are going. We are going. We are going. Yeah. We are going, yeah. Tram car. I wonder if the H2A cars are like the ones in Objectives mod. Bada boom, bada bing. Down. This lamp is down. It's a down lamp. Downy lamp. Down, down. Poop geometry. Poop geometry. Poop surface. Yo, I sent things in DMs. Oh god. Oh god. Da Vinci Spectres. I'm just kidding. You got a Banshee from H2A? Are you... What game engine are you in? Halo 3? It looks like you have... I don't know why. I'm in the it looks good, but then the top reminds me of pizza. It looks good though, but then the top, except for the top, just reminds me of pizza. And the Banshee just looks a little too dark, but I mean, it looks like it's mostly done. Dude, Halo 2A is pretty nice looking, especially in Halo 3, to be honest. Isn't there, dude? I saw this like high, like high. I don't know if it was high poly, but you know, higher poly. Halo 2A Banshee and Halo 3 and Seraph. But hell yeah, dude, that's pretty cool. Yeah, like that shit. I don't know, like porting stuff, especially vehicles. Like it's kind of a pain depending on like how much you put into it, you know. Like I always get like most of it done, and then I'm just like, whenever it comes to like the physics and the way they function and the effects, and then like sometimes I'll import a new vehicle in, and then I'll be like, oh fuck, I have to do like all the damage states. I'm like, oh, never mind. I'm just kidding. Like sometimes like I need to get like good at like handling that damage states and stuff fast, because it takes me forever to navigate through all that, because I always forget where everything's at. That's the biggest thing that sucks about vehicles, is they have so much like damage states and all the effects and markers they use and stuff. I'm like, it's like nice. That's why I love Halo vehicles, but goddamn, put a lot of work into those things. Especially if they're like properly animated and shit. Sometimes like when people do like custom animations, I'm like, that's pretty cool. There's lots of stuff in H2A. It's a pain sometimes, but the Seraph is easy. You don't need to do much to animate it. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of just like a flying sperm. Flying tear. Flying little teardrop. Little tear. I gotta make sure the chair sofa is in. It's a little flying guy. Dude, were you there on a Rejected stream last night? We were saying, people kept talking about Diddy parties, and then all of a sudden people were talking about it like it was a good thing, and we're all just like hyping up Diddy parties, and he's just like, what the fuck? I'm like, that shit's funny as hell. He's like, wait, I can't tell if y'all are serious. And then someone was talking about Sergeant Johnson and meeting P. Diddy. I'm like, no, not Johnson, man. Anyone but Johnson. Please. Please. Please, not Sarge. I got a parcel dump because I like poop. I'm just kidding. I have a feeling I'm getting closer. Yeah, I am. I'm really close to the bottom. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm just gonna ignore the water this time because that breaks. This light's called Wee Light. Wee Light. At some point or another, I should finish my Space Luger. Fuck yeah. Dude, honestly, dude, I like do all these random things like I'm doing now, but I should just finish my mod and start doing custom content. But then there's these things that I see like this, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll just do a little bit of this. Maybe I'll just have a little bit of that. And then I end up fucking wasting my whole life. Oh, thank God I just saved it like literally a second ago. I knew it was gonna crash. I wanted to make sure it was gonna crash again though. Now I can import it though. Now we can have another BSP in here. See how it looks, eh? Wait, that's not connected to this to the port, is it? Let me go pee real quick while this loads. Actually, I'm gonna go pee while I import it, because that'll take a little longer. I think. Come on, fucking damn it. Piss on your dog. Hey man, I'm not like that one dude on the internet that like pees on his dog and then shocks it or whatever, so that the electricity hits the dog even harder. I'm not like him, all right. Um, like rejecting his cats. Yeah, I'm not like that guy either. He just pees all over the cat. It's ridiculous. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the incident where where the dude, shocks his dog or whatever. I was saying if he peed on them and then shocked him, it would be a little more effective though. That's so fucking disgusting and fucked up. All right, is it open? Okay. It's like you don't have to do the shaders, bro. Let me change it over. All right, here we go. Let me see what the port. Oh, wrong hole. God, this was a big BSP. Where is the port? Well, that's just water. I'm gonna like hold the park back just in case it's too much. Wait, where's this area? Look at the little bridge over there. Hey, little bridge. Oh wait, you only go to like right here and then you. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm gonna import this and see how it goes. Export. Mick Plebeian retracted message. Alright, while this imports, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Why is it on top chat? What just came out of your mouth? What? What just came in my... I'm just kidding. Wait, no. Whoa. 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 Oh, right. Oh, fuck. It failed. Oh, yeah, that's why. I didn't really do anything to it, yeah. Pause the stream replied to something you said a while back. Oh. Yeah, I do that a lot. Or I'll, like, my internet will lag, and then I'll say something and be like, it'll be like awkward. I'll be like, oh shit, that was like 15 minutes ago. I'm just kidding. Like I'll be like 5 minutes later. Let's see, copy is selected. Nope. Nope. Let me just try this and see what it does. Hopefully it's not overkill. I forgot the Halo Infinite update, the final Infinite update. They called it the update. What is it? The update's called like Infinite or something. Like I'm like Operation like Infinite, and I'm like, why would you call the final update that? I mean, it's already easy to joke about enough, you know. Now they're gonna call it the final update Infinite. Like, okay, it's so infinite. At least they put a lot of all the extra random shit they had. It just seemed like really random stuff. It kind of reminds me of like when you go to like a dentist and you get like, when I was a kid, I used to go to like get my braces or something checked, or a dentist or something, and they would have like a goodie box, but it was just like a whole bunch of random shit, and you know, all the kids found all the good shit, so it's just a whole bunch of random nonsense that like, oh, this look, I guess that's cool. That's kind of how I feel about like all this stuff that they're gonna be releasing after this, where it's just like all this like extra, like, oh well, this was still left. Infinite should have been killed years ago. Honestly, like, I am kind of surprised, like, how it ended up. What is this? Is there too much going on? Oh, fuck. It's not even trying. What is this? Okay, so I have too many instant geometry definitions. So it seems like this would have to be brought into 2 BSPs, basically. Which I think would be easy if we, like, take it. Like, I could probably remove, like, all these back ones to a separate one. I was hoping this wouldn't be an issue, where it's just like one of the areas has like way too much shit in it. Good God. I should have done that. Alright, well, that's fine. I don't need that. I'll just like, if I ever use, I don't know if I'll like even use the full mission or anything like that, but if I do, I could just add a separate BSP, I think, for this part. Honestly, like, I don't even know why this is one BSP. It could totally just be two. And like, you just have this whole separate area that you walk through, you know? I could have made this whole walking in area BSP. Alright, let's try this now. GPMG. I kind of want that gun in the game. I want to start doing animations. After I like finish all the level work on my first mission, I'm gonna start learning to do the animations for so I can import some weapons that I haven't already. And I think I'm gonna do that as one of them. That's the LMG basically in that place. I haven't been following Halo Infinite for a while. Are they seriously only just adding Assault to the game? I mean, it's over now. They stopped adding anything. They just canceled it. No, but like they're just adding everything they have left. Period in their like that's literally what they're doing. They're just adding. They already added like Assault and all the game modes they are gonna add, which I think they got all the basic ones. Not like all the classic ones I think are in technically, but even then, like some of them are like only working with Forge, which is like stupid and ghetto. But then like, yeah, they should like, you know, should have done those a little better and not like years later. But yeah, now the game's just like basically on, you know, it's just like, here's all the rest of the shit that we had, and here's the final update. So I'm assuming, I'm assuming in like a year we'll have a new multiplayer game. I mean, otherwise I don't know why they would like. I'm not, even though I'm a little surprised they like kept up work with it. Like I guess they got to do something at least with their most previous game in some way, you know, until then. So it makes me wonder like how long are we gonna go without any updates from the multiplayer side, you know? I don't know. It's just weird because it's live service. Halo 5 was weird too because I mean, because it wasn't live service. They had like stuff added to it, but I think it kind of went a while before Infinite came out. I can't believe we're going. I can't believe it's like 6 years just for a game. All right, here's this part of the city. Damn, this Halo 4 skybox looks like shit. I mean, why'd they use like the lowest resolution texture for a sky? Doesn't normally look like that. Like, look at the detail on the smoke, and then look at the sky. Like, I'm pretty sure one texture was just you know, compressed on import. It's so weird. Yeah, that smoke looks good. Shit, that whole city looks good. Honestly, I kind of want to put that in the background. Just that one part with the smoke in the city. That'd be like a cool background for this level. And then make the actual level all red and on fire like Halo 2. Like how it's supposed to be. Looks like I missed a couple here. I missed something, oh no. The end is near. Look at these. Look at these gangsters. These gangsta ass motherfuckers. Oh look, they got the golden hog. The UVs are a little fucked up. It seems like. The Geo. That don't look right. I got something to fix that on the shader. The material, I mean. Damn, these doors are extra. That looks like some Halo 4 shit up top. Here's the question now, do I port the one with the shield and helical drum mag first or port the normal one? Probably the normal one, and then port the cool shit. That's like extra. That's, I don't know. Just be like one of those modders that ports like everything ever into their mod. I'm just kidding. But yeah, this is pretty cool. You know, I could light it and make it look nice, and then I could just throw Halo 2's Geo for collision. I mean, some of these textures need to be fixed, but that's fine. That's to be expected. And then I can put like actual decals so that it blends the dirt and the terrain and the ground. Halo CE2's peak. Halo, in my opinion. Rejected will see the light. I mean, there's like, they are, I mean, you know, they're like the OGs. You gotta like respect the OGs and shit. Oh man. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. If I wasn't like a game, if I wasn't like trying to like become, at this point, trying to become a game developer, which a few years ago I had given up on that idea, and then I was like, you know what, fuck it. Like I got so tired of what I was doing. I was like, I'm gonna try one more time to do this, otherwise it'll just be like for fun, you know, only. So like when I do things just for fun, I'll like do certain things, like, you know, and I'll mod older games and do this and that, but like at this point I'm like, damn, I feel like I have to learn all this shit that I don't even want to learn now, or that I do want to learn actually, but more so like it's like there's like all this other stuff that I need to learn just to like be good at like what game, you know, companies use and shit. So I'm like, oh, I feel like I have to be like at least decent at all these other things, but it's like I want to learn them, but at the same time I wish I didn't like, I wish I like already knew how to, I guess. It's more of like, damn, I gotta hurry up. No, I don't know, but yeah, this came out all right though from how little work I had to do. I mean, Reach is a good game, but I think it's probably the worst Bungie like Halo game. It's not bad though. Like I said, a lot of people think, oh, why don't you like it? And I'm like, I just said I like it. What do you mean? Like, I love every Halo game, to be honest. I love every Bungie Halo game. I even love 343 Halo games, but I don't love them the same way. Like, I appreciate that they made a Halo game, but it ain't my Halo. I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, sometimes I like straight up just look at shit and be like, damn, at least we still have Halo, because shit's gotten crazy for a while, or it's just been all over the place for a while. Where's my view? Let me change this. Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it. It's not like bad. It's just the other ones are better. And I honestly think the reason why though is because, again, like I think we kind of talked about this earlier on stream, but like when I at least rambled about it. But I mean, like, I feel like they were just trying to figure out, like, Bungie was in a time where they were trying to they wanted to do new games. They kind of wanted out of Halo, to be honest. Like, at least a lot of them did, They wanted to, like, do something new. That, so, like, with that engine, they were obviously trying things out that would lead into, like, was it Destiny, And then they also had, like, it's like they were trying so much different gameplay mechanics. They tried a new art style. They tried, like, new gameplay weapons that were it's like they were trying out all these things to almost to like I don't know if it was to like apply to their next game, or to like see how people would like, or if they were just like, hey, like, these are things we always wanted to try with Halo, but we weren't sure if they would have worked, and maybe that's why. But like, I don't know, that ended up kind of fucking it up for me, because it just felt like everything was like like in Halo 4, I honestly mainly didn't like it because the art style, but like I was like, at least the equipment, they were like a step forward in like usability or whatever. I just don't, a lot of how it looked. And then by like Halo 5 or Infinite, all the equipment seemed a little more fleshed out and like fun to use and shit. But man, it took all the way until then for it to get good, in my opinion. Like, it started with Reach, and then it didn't even get like really good until like Halo 5 or Infinite. I don't know. Not saying the games. I'm talking about the equipment quality. But in Halo Reach, though, it was like the beginning of that, and it felt like growing pains. Like, well, we'll do armor lock. That's something that they can do. Like, and we'll do this, and it just felt like sprinting. They obviously could sprint. How do we make them sprint the game without changing the game? And they make it a damn Spartan ability and shit. Like, that's like all those things. I honestly feel like that between that and the DMR, it's like they were trying out all these things, and then I just felt like it was like cool, I guess, but I just felt like they weren't like nearly as good as they could have been, or fun, I guess. But at the same time, like, the game still looked like Halo, and it was a take on Halo that I actually like. Like, I like kind of blending what Reach did, with like Halo 3 kind of did it well, where it felt like it had like the cool, beautiful art you can explore, and then you have more gritty areas, like, with the flood, and you got like, when you have to replay that one level and when the flood arrive and shit like that. They had some of that in there, but like, I think Reach handled like that dark, gritty shit a little bit better. But at the same time, I like when Halo games have these things. I like when they have like an area that's just like, super foreigner, beautiful, like, wow, this is like crazy, like, damn. And then you have the other side of it, where it's like fucking gritty and like fucked up and gory, and like it goes from like heaven to hell, you know what I mean? Like, and again, like I was saying earlier, like, there's all these weird parallels to Christianity in Halo. It's literally called Halo, you know what I mean? But I was just saying, even that, like, Halo is like heaven and hell. You go from like heaven to like the most gritty situation on Earth or something, or on Reach, or some other place, and then I like the contrast that gives. And then what's even better is, within all that, you'll explore like 5 different biomes, 5 totally different settings with somewhat unique architecture to each setting. You got like Earth, you got Forerunner, you know, which are both really badass. And then we need some more Covey explorations, like High Charity and Halo 2A was awesome. You know, so like it would be cool to have something like that. And then, you know, but going on all these biomes, going and doing all that different shit is what like I love about Halo. And I think Reach was just like, man, I'm just stuck in this same little spot, and it just kind of like, it's kind of depressing, you know, especially right after ODST that was already that way. I was like, man, but then they changed the art style and the set, and they kept that kind of same type of, you know, fucked setting. But like, which I kind of like Halo when in sometimes like that. Like I kind of want them to make a spin-off where they just get like, you thought like Reach was bad, like let's see like Harvest get fucking nuked to hell, but it could be like Johnson's origin story or something like that. You know what I mean? That like that would be a cool game. But like at the same time, like you thought Reach was fucked up. Well, this game they're gonna be so fucked in this one, you know. But at the same time, like I don't know, man. Like I just feel like they could do so much different shit. I like the campaigns have a story like Halo 2 did. Yeah, in Halo 2 you get like just like Halo 3, you're on Earth, you're on the Ark, you're on a Halo ring. Think about how you went to all those places. On Halo 2 you went from a Halo ring to Earth to, you know, High Charity, which is kind of like another place like that, you know. So it's kind of balanced out with that. And then Halo 1, you know, you're on a ship, you go in a Halo, and then you're off. But it's the first game, so it had at least both, and they had a lot of biomes in Halo 1, so it kind of made up for it. Just like in Halo 3, had a lot of biomes, and Halo 2 had, yeah, it's not a lot of biomes, yeah, it did, yeah. If you actually count the, you know, the biomes, including the ring and the Earth. But yeah, like, and then Halo 4, man, it just all felt like, I felt like I was on like if like a nightmare wasteland. You know what I mean? Like it all looks so like unappealing and like ugly. Like it's like, dude, I'm not even talking about the Forerunner architecture. Like, how do you fuck up terrain? How do you fuck up a bush? Like, I know they're trying, like, if like in some ways they're trying to make it look alien, but they also made it look like unrealistic in a way. Like things don't form in this manner unless, not even if they're artificial, and if they were, then it would be like pointless. So it wouldn't actually be a thing, or you know what I mean? Like there was just like the way the rocks formations and shit, and like it all looked like a huge alien just shat all over the place or something, instead of having like actual rocks and boulders and shit. And then the, you know, like just like basic shit like that, and the grass is always like yellow and dying looking or something, you know, like it's just the the colors and like the tone and the vibe and everything was always just so fucked. You know, like it wasn't even the fact that they got all the structures and everything like wrong, and the ships and the armor, like the colors, like everything on that game was different, like the coloring, the lighting, the, you know, everything. But Halo 4 felt like off-brand and it just felt like the most generic sci-fi company like took it over, but and they didn't even like Halo, and that's actually kind of what happened, it seemed like. And like what I was saying, like you can be like a sci-fi nerd, but I feel like if you're a generic sci-fi nerd, you're not even really a sci-fi nerd. Like you just know about sci-fi. You know, like if you just push the most generalistic, like overly ridiculous nonsense. Like, I don't know, there's some sci-fi artists out there that, like, they must have, like I don't know what it's called when someone likes something to look overly complicated, overly abstract, overly busy. They want, almost like how AI art is, you know, where, like, you have, like, it makes a gun and it has like 3 barrels and like all these other parts to it that don't even actually do anything, that aren't real. Like I feel like there's some artists that like that shit, that are like, yeah, like let's add like a couple more hatches. Like if this was like Halo like 4, even though they do use a lot of the same textures from Halo 4, ironically, like they would put like another panel with some like other hatches, and then they would have like this little thing. They would basically make this extremely complicated for no fucking reason. Like somehow it would look more like, I don't know, is there a texture in this game? That probably not. It would look like kind of like these panels, you know, like just on a flat fucking wall, or you know, it would like have like this in the middle of a flat wall, and then one of these, which could be like more detail, but in these cases, like it's not like realistic or something. Like they already have a vent, they have lights, you know, like they have normal shit. You know, you could maybe put like a vent or something, or like, but it's like, and then even this is almost a little too too detailed too. Like, you know, like why is there latches on walls? Like, who the fuck? When do you ever go to a city and see a wall and then you're like, oh, I could just I can unlatch the wall and take the wall off of the wall. You know what I mean? Like, it could be like a reinforcement or something, but it's not. It's just a fucking wall. You know, and it looks like it's a latch. You know, and it comes off and it's all connected. Like, they just like do things. Like, I know this is Halo 2A and Mombasa, and it's not nearly as bad as Halo 4, but they even have that a little in here, basically. But in Halo 4, it would be like the most overcomplicated, ridiculous thing that doesn't actually make sense. I think that's what it is. It's like it's straight up just like so complicated that it doesn't even make sense. Or they'll make something so overly detailed that it's like that's not functional at all. Like it might look cool, but it's not functional. You know what I mean? Like, they'll have like some crazy new armor, and it's like, dude, you're just gonna like, you would not even be able to use that. Like, it's just crazy looking, and it has all these parts that are like way too long or something weird. I don't know. I'm just saying they always made their art so over the top with, you know, 343 stuff. I don't like think 343 did like Halo. They talk about it in Vidocs like they're trying to. Yeah, initially they were like trying to like capture like, okay, we already got the original Halo audience locked in. They're gonna buy anything with the name Halo, which is sadly true. And they're like, let's take advantage of this. We're gonna make a game that can attract other people that like stuff similar to this but not like this. And then they're just gonna make like, it's like they just made the most fucking, you know, they just I don't even know what they're trying to do. It's like I feel like they're trying to like appeal to a whole bunch of other people, or maybe even younger audiences or something. But then, like, I don't know, man, that just didn't work at all. And then even some I think a part of it also was that, like, I think a lot of the artists, like you said, like they were getting artists that can appeal to like more other type of art and styles and things to like, again, like try to bring in more people that like shit like that, even, you know. And I think some of them just like, besides not liking Halo, like, I don't know, man. It was just so fucking weird. Like, I don't even know. I can talk and ramble about this. I kind of forgot what my point was, but it's fucking stupid. All right, it's 3:20. Let's get some. I'm gonna get some more things done real quick. What is wrong with this texture? He almost became a 343 Glazer. I mean, dude, like it's weird because they have quality in places, just not in the right places. You know what I mean? Like, they don't like do an absolute terrible job. They just don't make a good Halo game usually. Or it's either not a good Halo game. It's like they either made a really great game, and then now that they are making Halo games, or games that feel like Halo and look like Halo, now that they won't be able to make a full Halo game. Now that they're just making it like like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if Halo 4 and 5 came out like super loyal to Halo 3 and Halo Reach at least, or either or, you know what I mean? Like, super loyal to it, kind of like how on the level that Infinite was, I guarantee you, like, none of this things would have been like pretty good, you know? Like, it wouldn't have been perfect, but it would have still had flaws, I'm sure. But if they like at least did the art style that way, like how Halo Infinite was, but lower fidelity for older consoles, you know, I honestly think it would have been fine. Like I think things would have been gone well, and then they could have just gotten better, you know. And then Halo Infinite would have just been kind of Halo Infinite would like probably have been like their worst game instead of their best game, you know. In some ways, I almost feel like Halo 5 does better, and in some ways, I think Halo 4 had a decent story, even though they did some weird shit. And then it's like it wasn't terrible, but at the same time, like it was a little bit like weird. Like, they had the Marvel villain, and they made Cortana like. It's like they wanted to take advantage. They're like, we know that most of the Halo fans are nerdy dudes that just never get laid, and we need to give Cortana sexuality, and, you know, like, I'm sure a lot of people like that. Obviously, people seem to love Halo 4 Cortana, but at the same time, man, like, I never really needed that. I don't know. That's just like another thing 343 did. But at the same time, like some things, like I don't mind. I guess like I didn't mind when they did that. But now I'm just like I don't know. Like I guess luckily I would say like Bungie's human models, including Cortana being an AI, like they were always really bad, and I think that's really what it was. I actually think Bungie's version of Cortana's better, but the thing is, like I was just saying, I think the models of humans were always so bad that it never got a chance to shine. You know, like if you made like a modern version of like Halo 1 or 2 Cortana, dude, like I think it would be perfect. Like the way her hair, like that anime haircut and that sassy, smart fucking attitude. You know what I mean? Like in this new one, she's like, I'm like, dude, that's so great that they have the original voice actor and actresses. You know, like that's great. Like I'm glad, but like, dude, they're like re-recording lines and like, no offense, but like, she was like my age when she did those, and and she has like a light young voice, and now she sounds similar, but like they're like changing her tone, and she has a slightly different voice now. Like it's not that much different, and it's still good, but like I don't know, man. At least Chief. I mean, Chief kind of like you can't like he already sounds like a scruffy like dude. Like you can't. That voice could come out of like any. Like I feel like he can still sound like that getting old. But then again, like I don't know. Like I wonder what I'm assuming they're gonna get someone that sounds like Johnson. I don't know if they can get that dude because he's like old as fuck. I think I don't know, but I just hope it sounds like it feels the same. I don't know. Man, I'm like on a really rambly mood today, and I'm like very like I'm just I don't know. I keep forgetting like what I'm doing kind of. All right. I couldn't report these textures. I guess default material. Terrain grass. Let me try that one more time. I think overwhelming stupid detail is more of corporate standard as opposed to a 343 specific thing, because a lot of movies do that. Yeah. Reach didn't fall in like a day before the retcon the lore for the games. I don't know. I can see the potential for a reboot that leaned really hard to the Macworld E3 wrap Bungie into the consistent campaign. I mean, that would be cool, but that's obviously not going to happen. I mean, you already know it's not going to happen, but I mean, that was like, I feel like that Mac World shit was like really awesome, but it was like that was like the old Bungie, which died probably like mid normal Bungie. And then I'm not talking about real like good Bungie. Like Bungie was great all the way through Halo 1 through 3, right? Or and ODST and pretty good on Reach. They did even on the first Destiny it was okay. But even though they fucked it up, I think that's where Destiny developments where they probably like right after Halo splitting from Halo is probably what killed them, honestly. But no, I'm just kidding. But what was I saying? God, what the fuck? Dude, I can't talk about all this shit at once while I'm working. I sound probably fucking crazy right now because I'm just like forgetting constantly. Oh, the Mac World. Yeah, that was like old Bungie is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like not even like Bungie that made the Halos like we have today. Like I feel like old Bungie, like that was still Bungie. But I'm saying like it was literally an older, it's literally older. What I'm saying, but like they had that art style was so different. And what I'm trying to say is I think that art style was like kind of like lost in time. You know what I mean? Like there's no one that knows really much about that except for the original Bungie dudes, and like I don't know. Like I kind of liked how it was, but it wasn't. I don't know. Like it wasn't that different. You know what I mean? I just felt like it was more like explorative in a way, because I guess that's literally what it was. They were still exploring shit. But I mean, I feel like I liked the parts that I liked about it is it felt more ancient and it felt more like a little bit more like cathedral, like church, like religious, environment, like type stuff, and I kind of I did like that, but I don't know. Like I guess what I'm trying to say is it reminds me as if Halo was actually in like the Marathon universe, which Halo 1, 2, and 3 kind of felt that way, but they never were actually in it. You know what I mean? Like they kind of hinted that they could be, but I felt like that pre-Macworld one was so like with all the enemies it had and the way it was and the vibe it had and how like it almost looked gritty in a way, kind of like those old concept arts of Marathon and shit. I don't know. It just kind of had that vibe. Cortana breathes in the new voice lines, as an AI should do. Yeah, that's probably not good either. Hopefully they filter that out. Like it's all right if it helps with an expression, but like if you like straight up hear like I don't know, like why are they even? I guess like if they needed new missions, but like I don't even see the point in replacing the old voice lines. Maybe like some of them, I guess. But are they going to do all of them? Because they're going to have to do all of them. And this at least it will be consistent across the board because it'll be like very obvious when it's not. If they have like an old one play and then a new one play right after that, that would be really obvious. I hope they don't do that. And I hope they find someone that can do Sergeant Johnson if they don't actually get the voice actor. Which, I mean, he might be too old to do that, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, so, there is a point where you're just fucking too old to do things, you know what I mean? Even like, voice something. Like, some people get so old, they're like, oh, yes, honey. They start talking like a fucking, like, they didn't talk like that 30 years ago, but I do wonder. I have no clue, though. Alright, what next? I'm assuming these blue spots are decals. Which I can fix and shit. I need to like fix these textures. A lot of these shiny ones just have metallic all the way up. Like what I would actually have to do, what I would do is I would go through all these and like, fix like the metallic and other stuff like that. Alright, it's 3:30. I'm probably gonna fuck around for like 30 more minutes. I wasn't even gonna stream today, to be honest, but I just was like, you know what? I'm just gonna import more of this and just to see like what it do, and yeah. That way, if I end up using these for finishing this later, I can have like a plan. I should be able to do it. Pretty much every BSP separate and then have this BSP into two like this right here. Let me do this BSP real quick. It's the Scarab area. Hell yeah, it is. But yeah, I'm just like importing these BSPs real quick just to see how they, how they look. I'm not setting the BSPs up yet. I'm going to use the actual retail Halo 2 GO to do all the BSPs and GO for collision and, just the structure. And then I'm going to have all this. This is all going to be render only. And then I kind of want to just have it all connected and playable, but I don't know. I'm just kind of doing that on the side. Like, I don't know if I'll ever finish it, and then, if I get to a point, like, if anyone wants to use this for a mod, they can. Because I'm just kind of like... I always wanted Mombasa, just like I always loved Mombasa and Halo 1 mods. That was like one of the only mods I ever made in Halo 1 was the Mombasa mod, you know what I mean? It's just, Mombasa's fucking awesome, And I think Mombasa, there should be like a modern version of all those old Mombasa mods, those old Mombasa mods, those old new Mombasa mods. I'm just kidding, I don't know what to say. But yeah, like, I think since Halo 4, I'm trying to like help make this game like the new, like, okay, it's like the newest engine, try to make it like feel like Halo, and then that way, if we get like more levels available to like play on and to make levels and game modes, and you can even like. So I was even saying earlier, you can like take this BSP and like mirror it. You know what I mean, and make a level. You can make like a multiplayer level or combine it with some other shit. I want to do some maps. Yeah, and like you see how like you just from this stream you can see how easy this is, you know. So like I was just like I was like, damn dude, I just gotta like I was thinking of like a process, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just do it and see how long it takes, and then I mean it's kind of it's like enjoyable, you know. It's like doing a puzzle kind of, because it's like you're not making a whole level from scratch, but at the same time like you are doing work. And you're getting it's cool to have this in game, and again I've always wanted to have this Mombasa BSP in game. All right, I have a work in progress version of the XP Bliss background. Like Windows XP? What do you mean? I've been hung up on lighting mostly, but I think I have a half-working solution. What are you just making like a new version of it? Like, oh, dude, that's why I forgot. I forgot. Like, I haven't even eaten. No wonder I feel fucking so like I feel like I haven't fucking. I don't know. No wonder I feel like stupid. Can do this area real quick. I already did bridge, right? I never did the bridge, did I? I'm making it into a Halo map. Oh, the hill from the default background. Oh, that hill. Yeah, the green one. Yeah, see, like, I'm a visual person. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about visually, but I had no clue it had a name. You know? Like, I don't know why names and words just don't stick in my brain at all. At least like when it comes to like working on shit, I can do like a lot of work because I like remember things, but not like what shit's called half the time. Bridge is done. See, like I had to do like nothing on the bridge. That's what I like. It's like all this previous work made it so like I only had to do like 3 textures to get the bridge to be good to go. So how is this possible now? If I remember correctly, the anniversary textures couldn't pair with physical geos in original Halo 2. Well, yeah, this is that H2A geometry, not, you know. I'm going to use the Halo 2 original BSPs as collision, just like the original, you know, just like Halo 2A did, but in the same engine instead of 2 engines. I don't know, like, you know, they had Halo 4 back then. Why didn't they just use Halo 4's engine? I guess that would have been like, I guess people would have hated it or something because of that. They would have been like, fuck no, disgusting, not Halo 4. Just like Halo 2A's multiplayer. They're just like, ooh, I'm not playing that. It's in Midnight's engine, and they call it Groundhog. I'm like, well, every game that comes after it's going to just be an evolution of the same engine, so... I'm like, they shouldn't look at it like that, because Halo 4's engine's just Halo Reach's engine. And then, like, Halo 5's engine's the first real, in my opinion, like, Halo 4's engine, like, it has some, yeah, it has better, some improvements. You know, it has, like, different materials and some different things going on, and it does have some improvements in the engine. But it only has improvements, really, like, where they needed, like, functionality with like the AI and shit. I mean, and some other stuff for like new mechanics they were testing out. Halo 4 was really hated. Yeah, like it. I mean, it's so sad because they like did a great job making a game. It just wasn't like a great Halo game. Like if that game was just like something random, just like a random game, and they didn't have, and like they changed the story, and if they like did all these things that made it obviously like that it wasn't like a Halo game, but if they changed it up to enough to make it not a Halo game, and they sold it as is, just like the least amount of things they had to do to make it like a totally separate title, I feel like it would have like been received like mostly positively all around. But it's just because it wasn't it's just because it was a Halo game, like, which, I mean, that's fair. If you change more about a game than you kept the same, then people are gonna hate it. You know what I mean? That's just like, I feel like that's like pretty normal. Like, unless it was already hated to begin with, and then you can, if you're trying to change it in a way that people will like it. But if you have something that people like absolutely love, like there's people that obsess over Halo, and that ever since like it came out, there's people that have made it their like personality. There's people that like, like, it's Halo. It's something that could be as big as like Star Wars, or I don't know. It's like really awesome, to be honest, But it's like, how do you just take something so well received and then change so much about it? Like, yeah, you can always change some things. Like, the one thing that 343 did is they always made humans in their games look so good. Like, that was a great and welcome change. Like, thank God your humans look like, people and shit, but like in what, I know their games are older, but even for the time, humans in Bungie's games look so rough. But at the same time, like, it's not like that mattered to me. Like, it didn't ever make me feel like, ugh. Like, I was just kind of like, okay, they're funny and fun to play with. That's what I thought. Like, these Marines are funny. That's what I care about. They're funny and cool. They help you out. The fact that their faces weren't like 4K and modeled like a real sculpture, I wasn't really bothered by it. But at the same time, like, it was like, whenever I saw them done like in such a realistic way, and especially in Halo 5, which I don't even think Halo Infinite's looked as good as Halo 5's human faces. You know what I mean? Like, they did so fucking good at that, but at the same time, I fucking hate those art styles. Like, and it's kind of sad because I almost only hate it because it's trying to be Halo. Like, in other contexts, it somehow wouldn't have been like so annoying to me. All right, I'm going to import these, dude. I'm gonna import it with a collision and see what happens. After this, I'll take off the collision. I'm just curious. Remember when I was working on a custom HUD? I forgot I had started I had started customizing HUD. Yeah, like, dude, I did that. That's what I did with this HUD. I like got it to a point where it looks better, and then I just stopped, and I was like, all right, I'll like redo it entirely eventually and make it look super new and different. And then I was just like, nah, that shit's so painful. I'm gonna wait. Halo 2A is 2 different rendering engines. Yeah, it is. That's why I was saying it's just like most games where they're just one rendering engine, but it kind of like works like Halo 2A because it uses it uses the original collision in the game on a separate engine. So this is why I was saying like this is one engine. I was like saying, well, I wonder why they didn't just try it. I wonder if they tried it in Halo, in Halo 4. But Halo 4, what do you call it? Halo 4, like how they did the multiplayer. Like, I wonder if they actually tried to do the single player that way. In the same engine rather than in 2 engines, you know what I mean? Like in two engines, like Halo 2A was great, honestly. For 343 at the time, like they were still like making Halo 5, and we all know how that looked and shit. Like I was surprised they couldn't make a game that looks like Halo 2A single player when it was, because it was like a lot closer to Bungie's style. It was like a mixture of theirs, but yeah. It was a lot more closer to it. This song is what's that game called? Spartan Strike. Spartan Strike. Yeah, honestly, their album's better than Halo Infinite's. I think. I'm pretty sure it is. I like that album better than Halo Infinite's, I believe. Infinite had like, I don't even remember one song where I really liked. There was like some songs that were good. Like all the main mini songs were really bad though. But like they had some like other songs that were good. I just don't even remember them though, or like I can't even remember what they sound like, but I just remember something good. I've been porting textures from Reach and before, and mix up everything and some new additions. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's probably a little, I can't remember, but I'm assuming it's a little easy to port from those earlier games. And then they always just use like specular and just like diffuse and normal, I think. I know they used some like CC or some weird other maps though. Sometimes they had like had some sort of control map. Yeah, it looks kind of cool though. I like how it's already at the right level here. It's like, it kind of almost looks like it's part of this map for a second because of the water. It's like, whoa. Anything obscure about Halo Wars? Not really. I mean, like, the actual games, like, I never really played that much. Like, I love the cutscenes, I love the art. Like, I feel like Halo Wars was a fair balance between, Halo 3... Or, I'm sorry, I'm like so out of it, like, right now or something. Like, I can't fucking speak right now. But, like, I think Halo Wars, just like Halo Infinite, it was, like, a good blend of, like, classic and like kind of modern or new take of art style where it like respected. I think Halo Wars respected the old one better. Like there was obviously like some areas in game that looked kind of weird, but like it's an RTS, so what do you expect? Like I could care less about the actual game period, you know what I mean? Like the assets, whatever. But the concept art for that game, the cutscenes for that game, maybe the like high poly models and shit. Like I think they did so good at like all that, like all the like everything that showed like how it really looks. But I think by the time it was an RTS, it was just so low poly. I'm just like, oh, okay. But like, man, if they made like a FPS with modern fidelity with like the way those cutscenes looked, I would be very impressed by it. Like honestly, I think. Even though I think Halo Infinite did peak Forerunner architecture, the only thing that would make it even more peak is if they got rid of those hex columns to build the ring, and they just did what they did in the cutscenes on Halo Wars 2, where the ring separates into sections and like can fly up in the air and do all that shit. Like the way it worked in Halo Wars 2 made sense, and it seemed so cool, and it seemed like something Bungie would do, more than like a whole bunch of hex columns, like. I really hate that decision. Like, I don't know if it was easier for the game design or what, but I really did not like those. Long as it has pixels I can work with. Yeah, dude, I mean, that's kind of like how I feel like I've been converting fucking Halo 4 to PBR, and I mean, yeah, it's not proper, but it actually gets really close. Converting just like, if you just convert like diffuse and specular maps and the data from those images to get them, like you can get like a decent amount of it looking pretty accurate. And then if it doesn't look accurate once it's in the game, then if you just like adjust the like roughness and metal and all that, like then it'll like literally slide into like what you're kind of going for. You know what I mean? It might not do it by default if you have like perfect maps and shit, perfect bit maps. But that's what I noticed is you can still get it looking like the way you want if you just adjust it a little bit. Ooh. All right. I did the bridge and I did the seawall. Damn it! I almost did everything already. What the fuck? I just realized that. We got other half, but I just need to do these areas. Like, what's this one? So that's Old Mombasa. Oh, wait, this is the other seawall. Damn, I bet this seawall's already done, almost. Damn, it almost is done. Dude, yeah, this seawall's already done. Oh wait, no, there's one. There's some posters. Oh, dude, oh my god, I should have fucking ate. No, I feel like so. You know when your brain like can't like think full thoughts and like you're just like, I'll just eat after. I'm about to get off soon, anyways. I'm gonna see what it'll take to do these last ones, and then if it's like super easy, then I'll just finish it. You know, kind of like if it was like this one where I'm already done, it took like 2 minutes, then I'll just finish it. Damn, dude, we just got that one done. So this is another seawall. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty much done too. This one's, yeah, they're all sharing the same textures. Thank God. I love that. That's the best thing about levels, is like most levels, once you do like the first 2 BSPs, you're almost done. Yo, how's it going, Didax? I'm importing the whole level of Mombasa. So right now I'm doing just one BSP at one or two BSPs at a time. But eventually I'm going to set it up with the Halo 2A geometry, because it already has the collision and the structure working, and it has the seams and the portals and that, and, you know, all that shit. And they're, you know, they work with this geo. So for like what you walk into, I'll be able to, you know, just like the old one, I'll be able to just make it so that's the collision, at least for walking into. But for like maybe not shooting like your bullet or your gun, I might have to make all this stuff like copy as a is it physics? I don't know, whatever detects the bullets. I always forget which one, either or, you know, physics or collision. I always forget which one's which. I don't know. See, that's like one of those things I do in my head. I'll be like, I know what it is. I just remember. I just connecting the dots. Yeah, there's no dots connecting. Now you need to port the H2A Scarab for this map. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, collision. Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I'm like, I think it's collision, but usually collision isn't collision just what you walk on. No, because it's what you shoot, like what your bullets collide with, and like what you like walk on and your body, your character collides with, is handled on as a different mesh. You got like your render geo, you got your collision, and then you got your physics geo, which is fucking annoying. I'm hoping I could just use physics for both. I mean, collision for both. Because like if you go on like the map I just made, like you can bump into everything, or not made, but you know, the port for what was it called? Training grounds. Like if you notice, like some of the actual like where you shoot, it's like the sandbags. I couldn't get it to be nearly as like accurate as the actual geo and the sandbag. But it might just because I put way too much shit into that map, and all the map's geo was fucked up from the from Halo Infinite. Or from the RIP, I think. Or just not really compatible or something, I don't know. For some reason, like, everything I ripped from Infinite had, like... It's like if you duplicated the same objects and then joined them. You know what I mean? So theoretically, I was like, oh, I could just, you know, decimate the geometry and remove them. But when I did that, for some reason, it would, like, do every other triangle, and then it would fuck up the geometry to, like, not look the same. And I'm like, oh my god. So there would be, like, holes in it. Or something weird. Oh, man. Dude, I wish someone would start playing fucking Ark so I can talk about the Ark Raiders game for once, because, like, I don't see anyone talking about that I know, like, or in the Halo community or and stuff like that, but online, it's, like, literally #1, I think, right now. The game is literally the best game I've played in a long time. I mean, I like it more than Battlefield 6. A little bit. I love Battlefield 6. I love it. Just a little bit more. It's like, it's just so fucking different. Like, thank God, something new and refreshing. But then, like, what is it? Like, it's kind of sad. Like, besides those two games, I think, like, Destiny Rising was the only other game I really enjoyed this year. What other games came out this year that was really good? Yeah, it doesn't rip very well. Is it good? Wait, which one good? Sorry. Oh, the Ark? Yeah, Ark Raiders. Yeah. I think that's what you're obviously talking about. But yeah, Ark Raiders is so fucking good, dude. Like, first of all, one thing that's just, no matter how good the game is, I've been, like, bored of quickly because there's no social aspect to games now. Like, I feel like there's like one annoying person per 5 games in like games I play. But in Ark Raiders, dude, first of all, it's so weird because like in solos, people like hardly want to kill you. So like if someone's killing you, it's kind of like if like the world ended and you're like trying to be cool with people walking by, also barely surviving, but like they might kill you for your shit because they're desperate. That's kind of like the vibe it is, and it feels like so like it's not a realistic simulation or anything. It's not hyper realistic, but it's like the simulation that it is. Like, it's like it's just so, like, you really feel like you're a fucking Ark Raider. You feel like you're really out there fucking doing shit. Like, whenever you interact with people, it feels like there's other people that are, you know, and it almost makes you want to roleplay a little bit, but then, like, you know, and then it's just like, it just brings back, like, the proximity chat and, like, interacting with people in parties and shit. Like, there's just so many people talking on that game. In every game I've ever played, I think they might even, I don't know if they enforce you to or something, because I never tried to talk in party chat when I played it. But Ark Raiders is like, it's just like, it's like, dude, I can't not have fun playing it. I can't stop thinking about it. It's all, I wish I could be doing, if I wasn't like okay, I need to keep modding and doing mods and shit, you know, then I would probably just play that right now. I'm probably gonna get off of here and eat some food and then play it, to be honest. No, but it's just like, that's what it really is, dude. The game itself is also amazing. Like, the sound design's amazing. because like you can activate things, and there'll be like little sound like things to hint you, and like little things. There's like really smart sound design, things that like help you like understand, like that give you context of what's going on around you, you know what I mean? And then the way that enemies interact with you and shit, dude, they have like machine learning and shit, and the way they walk is like never the same, and the way they like come at you, like they're still a little bit dumb in some ways and a little bit predictable, and like AI can be, but like they're like way more fun and kind of hard, but fun in a hard way than I ever imagined, and it makes it again so that you like they're like hard enough to a point where you're like, maybe we should team up, you know, and you'll be playing solos and saying this with people, and they're just around you like, yeah, dude, let's go. And then next thing you know, you guys got 5 people together, and then you're like shooting this fucking God, I wish I took a video. I glitched up into this tower that with a sniper, and like there was like 5 people below me, like, and we're all together, and like we took out the biggest robot currently available in the game, and I got like a legend, or it's like an exotic power core, but it's like, God, dude, like finding random people in the middle of a game that you're not teamed up with, and then these like seeing like this mutual threat that's way worse than you. It's kind of like if aliens invaded humans, you know, we'd probably stop, you know, killing each other and start worrying about them instead. That's the vibe, you know what I mean? And it's just like it pays off, because in the end, the whole point of the game is to collect this shit. You know, to kill these robots, to collect their loot, and to collect the loot around the map too. Not just the robots, but they just have like some of the loot and some of the things you need, some of the rare shit too. But like, dude, it's an experience that no game has ever managed to pull off that's as good as this one. Like I think other games on PC had these abilities and functions, like you could talk to people in proximity and this and that, but like the games weren't like the setup and designed well enough to make you actually want to do things the right way. Like even on Tarkov, like everyone just kills each other, and you know, apparently the game turned into kind of shit or something. But so far, this game could potentially devolve into something worse. But right now, dude, I'm hoping it keeps evolving like Helldivers. Because they're hinting at like new enemies coming, like these humanoid robots, and they're hinting at some other shit. And the biggest enemies is like the size of a fucking mountain. Like it's fucking scary. I don't know. But yeah, it's Extraction, and like Extraction, dude, I never thought about it, but like the way that you do this Extraction, it's so much better and chill. Like you're not like, it's not like hyper sweaty competitive, but but I mean, yeah, you can have a moment like that, but like at the same time, like you don't die easily. Like if you want to avoid dying, and you're not like total trash, you could probably survive pretty fine, unless you're like taking risks. You know what I mean? Because you have like overshield and bandages, and like the amount of time it takes to kill you, like you can probably get away and survive. Unless like if you're new, like some robots kill you really fast, and you won't know better about. But like once you get good at it though, like I don't know, man, it's just hard to explain. Like I never thought I would like an Extraction shooter, because every time I've seen one, played one, boring. But this game is fucking different. I don't know why. Honestly, I think also what it is you can feel Battlefield's coding in it, since the people that coded it, you know, coded Battlefield's engine, you know, and like same with the finals. That's why the finals is like the perfect version of like the destruction in the finals is better than Battlefield 6. I feel like Battlefield 6 has been running on the same like this is probably bullshit what I'm about to say. I'm just talking my ass about what I'm about to say, but I feel like Battlefield 6 was amazing, right? I loved it. But like I feel like it's like if you look at the Battlefield 2042, even though it was a bad game, the graphics are kind of good, like better, you know. And I feel like to make everything have destruction in the game, it seems like they like lack like a lot of the fidelity in graphics or something, like got like dragged down. But like if you play the finals, dude, it didn't feel that way. Yeah, the maps are smaller though. But like I don't know, man. The way the destruction, the collision of it all, and all the way it interacts too, dude. It's like way more advanced and shit. And now those same people that made like that. I swear, it's like their games are kind of stale, but their game play is so good. Like in the quality of the game is so good. But the one thing about Finals and the Arc Raiders game, like same company, the customization reminds me of like Concord or something. It's just super lame and stale and weird. Like the Finals wasn't like Concord. It was just stale and kind of corporate feeling and just generic and basic and random. But then like the Arc Raiders, it's just like I'm updating it, my armor, like I'm getting a lot of stuff without having to pay past what I did for the game. But it's like I don't care about any of it, you know? It's just so random. It's just like it looks like they just found some random shit and put it on. You know what I mean? Which is kind of cool for like scavenging and like survivalist vibes, but like I don't know, man. Like there's certain games like you got to really make me care about like what I like. You got to make me really badass to make me care about my appearance in a game. You know what I mean? And it has to be something that like I would be like, yeah, I want to be that guy, you know. But there's like there's no characters like that in these games that I'm like. But in a way, it's good because you don't ever feel like the urge to spend a ton of money on cosmetics and shit, you know. Which it does have paid cosmetics on top of the ones you can earn in the game. Never gotten into any extraction shooter. Maybe one day if I make half a mid Halo, we'll try it. Yeah, like honestly, Halo would be a great extraction shooter. Imagine if they made a game called Ark, the Ark Infiltrators, but Ark with a K, like in Halo, and like, you know, Noah's Ark, and and then you just like, you know, you invaded it like with the Spirit of Fire, and you're just like a Marine during like Halo Wars times, and you're just like doing all these missions. And you went to different biomes and different places on the Ark. That would be fire. And then the whole thing is these Ark robots. It's like a you know, if AI took over the world, right? You know, that's actually like the scenario. Like there's AI kind of run everything and surveying everything, and they're just like killing people because they're the problem, I guess. But like, you know, like that's kind of funny because, you know, those could just be Sentinels like on the Ark for Halo. Like they could totally make an Ark Halo game, and I would love it. But then again, I don't know if it would be as good as Ark in the gameplay. Like if they made like an FPS version of the Ark Raiders game, I would think I would like it even more though. I just love SPS. Like it's a great third-person shooter, but like third-person shooters always make me feel like they're like not as good as they could be for some reason. I don't know why. Like I just feel like FPSs make you feel more immersed and care more. That's how I am. But you know, that's just me. Yeah. Yeah, that would be sick for sure. Had to step away from the stream. What are you doing now? So I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm importing these BSPs individually real quick to just kind of get a basic look at them. And then eventually, whenever I'm like burned out on modding Halo 4 single player, I'm gonna go back and finish this, and I'll attach all the original BSPs and structure so that they're all linked together and they're all separate BSPs, and then it has collision and everything. And then I'll throw a skybox up and do that and light map it. But so I probably will finish this, I think. But this is kind of like me. This is what like Rejected Shotgun does, you know, like you just kind of like what every modder does, you know. You get like so fucking tired of the same monotonous bullshit, then you just and repetitive, you know, you burn out of it. You don't feel good from doing it. It just feels like I might as well sit here and fucking and like stare at nothing because you're getting nothing out of it. You know what I mean? It's like I don't mind, like I can do that if I'm being paid because I know I'm getting paid, you know what I mean? Like if I was a job, I'd be like, yeah, I'm getting money. Like I've done a lot of worse things than this for money, you know what I mean? but like I'm just trying to say, like, you know, just doing this for fun. Like I actually kind of enjoy just hopping back and forth, and like the Halo 4 Reclaimers stuff, like I'm definitely gonna finish it, but man, maybe like once a month I gotta just hop on some other fucking shit, you know, and just see what's up. you know. And that's, I think, once a month I'll work on this for like a couple days. You know what I mean? Until it's done. And I already got like all the BSPs done in like I did 3 hours yesterday, and today I did about 4 hours. But I mean, technically I've been talking and rambling and not being productive at all. And I didn't eat, so like, dude, when I eat and I talk, like, my mouth is on like autoplay. It'll just be saying like whatever my brain tries to say, and then like half of it doesn't make sense because I'm like, you know, like a little retarded from not eating. It's like when you those Snickers commercials, you know, you're like, you're not yourself. I'm just kidding. I usually eat before I stream, and yeah, I should just go eat. But if it wasn't about the time to end the stream, then I would have paused it and got something. All right. Oh, hopefully these are like small. So we got the seawalls done. Oh, I forgot. I imported this with Collision, didn't I? That, you know what? What if I just make them all separate BSPs and make them, and what if they just work? I would have to do yeah, dude. This geometry's simple enough to just use as Collision. I just realized that. Damn. Damn, I could just do... I don't even have to do all that shit. The only reason I would use the Halo 2 original one now is to simply set up the portals and the seams for the BSP so that it's just easy to like go between. Because technically that's like how Halo 4's ones work anyways. When they have BSPs connected, it's like two boxes. And they just like they just connect up the same seams. So like... Damn, I just realized that, dude. It's fucking... Huh. This might be even easier than I thought. Oops, why did I click that one? Fuck! Dude, I swear I fucking hate myself. What is this? Go away, Windows. I can't believe that happened. Dude, I just realized... Oh, okay, so these are just background things. Oh, those are just buildings. So everything's done. Dude, okay, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna try something real quick. I don't know what it'll do because I don't think this will work. It won't work without me setting up the level right. But just in case something cool happens out of it, I'm gonna try. So I'm saving this now. What I'm gonna do is make this BSP1. Just in case it like auto saves or I accidentally save it, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna see if I could throw these into a separate BSP like really fast and just see what happens. I'm still confused what layers, like I know what layers are, but like how they're handled in this. Okay, so those are actually marked right. Let me get this other city part. All right, so we do park. God damn. All right, I'm just gonna see how this is handled, like by default. Like, this is like stuff I haven't like really tried connecting VSPs, and like I know you have to do all this other stuff, but I'm kind of curious without even doing any of that, like what will happen, you know? So it's like I want to see almost. And then besides that, I could take render off all these. Sun. I could make the sun like. All right. All right, let's import these right here. As like a little test, final test of this, I'm gonna import these, and I'm gonna heat up some food because it'll probably take a minute. So save this. Just want to see like, see, I didn't even think. See, I'm glad I saved it as a test blend because I saved it right there, and I was not thinking about how it was a test blend. But I'm gonna export these and just see what happens. You know, that'd be kind of interesting if. Like, I didn't have to do very much to make the BSPs just connect. They don't have any, like, walls or anything, like, that would be there, but, dude, if they're, like, I don't know, like, what if Chris Tools, like, it does some stuff automatically? Like, what if it fucking just knew how to handle this scenario? Did it start? All right, so this is going. It's going fine. It hasn't blown up yet. Let me read these comments before I go get heat up that food I have. How does? Oh, here we go. I want to have a HUD that looks like it could have been like Windows 7 or Vista for the Spartans. I mean, that's cool though. I mean, you know, like that style. It's kind of cool to see in different ways. And for different things, I guess. I mean, that would actually kind of be interesting. Covenant should have a very alien feeling HUD. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, or at least something that like connects to like their general aesthetic and vibe and all that. I always enjoy FPS over third person. Same here. Are those from Halo 2A? I've always started new projects. Just want to add a lot to Halo 3. Raytheon would like to know your location. Say Snickers 10 times really fast. Oh my god. Snickers. 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 Didac, are you a Snicker? It's funny when it comes to shooters. If you are having highly detailed custom characters, I feel like a third person is best, especially if you're playing a well-known IP like Star Wars. I feel like third person's a good optional thing to have in games. Personally, like I like when it's an option. You know, like when, like, because it's like you can use it to like look around walls. You know, so it's like at least everyone has that, but. So, I think that's what bugs me is like so much people will just be like standing somewhere and then they're like all of a sudden they're like already like locked onto you within the first millisecond of coming around a wall because they're like already aiming at you, you know, and pointing at you somehow. And I think that's the problem with third person is like, you know, that's the benefit you get from it. Like obviously everyone gets the benefit, but like it affects like everything, I guess. And again, it doesn't look bad. Like it's not like it doesn't play bad in third person. It's just, I don't know. I just feel like I always feel like FPS just happen to be my favorite games. I think third persons are nice like every once in a while. You know, like Gears of War was refreshing when it was new, at least. You know, there was like some other games like Just Cause or something. There was like some other games that, what was it? There was like, maybe it wasn't that. There was some other game back then that I really liked that was third person. I don't know. There's a few probably. First person makes me sense if you don't care about the character design. Well, that's the other thing. Third person's good if you're like playing like a single player game and you're like customizing yourself, or just any game where it's based highly around customization, you know. But like at the same time, you know, like it just depends, you know. Like there's other ways to like show off your cool new armor and stuff, for example, without being in first person. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I think also games need to focus on like every game I play nowadays. I never even like think about like my rank or like, you know, like leveling up. Never try to get like new like cards or collectibles in the game. Like there's not, I don't know. Some games have that shit, but they're always stuff I don't care about. Like the Halo 4, like those little things you can put on your guns in Halo 4, like I'm like, okay. And then the emblems in not Halo 4, and Halo Infinite, and then the emblems in Halo Infinite, like you could just put on anything, but it's like you can't make them or customize them that much. You not like a little like the color or whatever, but like it's just like, I mean, they can make all that stuff so cool, but they always take things away. Like I don't know, man. Like all these cool features, like people abuse them and they take them away from us. Like talking to people, like making icons and logos, you know, just like anytime you have freedom to do something, that it gets ruined by like people. But in my opinion, you just gotta I think that's gonna be a thing, you know. And I think it sucks, but it's worth it. You know what I mean? That's the way I perceive that. Dude, this is fucking going, bro. Like, this is going, bro. Oh, fuck, it crashed. I just cursed it. I just look at all these files. Normally, these are all temporary. That's why they're all in here. They're all temporary. I like put temporary shit on my desktop. Sometimes I use my desktop as like a conversion board. Well, something got fucked up. It was doing it though, like it was kind of like going. I'm kind of curious, like, wait, it could have been done. Sometimes it crashes when it's finished. Image importing, yeah. You know what's one thing they should do? They should allow that stuff again for the simple reason, like before, I get it, you might need a moderation team or something ridiculous that makes it not worth it, you know? But like now you have AI. One of the good things about AI is it can replace things that you don't want to pay for, like moderating teams, and you can have an AI that can detect like the word. Oh wait, I can't say that. The N word or other words. You know, you can have things that can detect these things, especially with AI nowadays, like smarter that way. Like you know how like there's like these things where you have to pick out the bicycle so so the bot can't like get past it. Well, an AI definitely can. You know, so if they have like a proper AI, it's like yeah, you'll have to pay for the AI, but like I feel like wouldn't be super expensive for like a big company to pay for a moderational like an AI that literally just moderates like, oh, this icon is in a pussy. Now we can allow it to go in the game. You know, like that would be a cool use for an AI. That way, because I mean a person doing that would be better, but they're not gonna. Most people like end up not paying, wanting to deal with all that. Or most companies I notice rather just like not have something than pay for a whole bunch of moderators, it seems like. That might be, I don't know, does that make sense? Is there anything even in here? Oh. But yeah, they need to bring back all these awesome features they had in games, but they're like scared to nowadays or something. I guess it didn't do anything. AI moderation doesn't seem like a good idea. I mean, if it's broken, then it's a bad idea. But if it works, then what's the problem? You know, if the only other option is nothing, then what is the actual issue with it? And if you say because it's AI, then you probably aren't very. I'm just kidding. Yeah, if it would make a lot of mistakes. Yeah. I just saw that message. But yeah, like, if it made a lot of mistakes, obviously it would be bad. But, like, if it doesn't, if it's, like, something easy, you know what I mean? Like, if it's just like, oh, like, because, I mean, that's the thing. There is stuff like that just sucks and doesn't work. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about that fact that there is AIs that can do that really well. And they could use those. But if they got one that sucked and it was wrong all the time, then that's obviously not what I'm talking about. Because there's definitely like AI out there that are like not very smart. Like you ever talk to Bing's AI, Copilot? That shit, dude. So like since I'm in like these college classes, I like use AI to like get work done faster. Bro, Bing doesn't know shit. ChatGPT is pretty smart, but you still got to double check with other ones. What I actually do with AIs, since like they're like certain ones are better at different things, but like I swear, like when it comes to just knowledge info and like knowing what's correct and what's wrong, I have to go through like I'll go through like 4 different AIs, and then usually the 3 of them agree on something. But like usually the Bing one sucks. You refuse to use AI? Well, that's sad. Imagine refusing to use a Google search engine because it's new and intuitive. That's what an AI is. That's what I use it for, searching. Because it's what you do. Like, you do realize if you use Google now, you're using an AI because Gemini first populates. It's just quicker. It's just convenient. You still have your sources. Some people think AI means that you're not doing anything and AI does all. But it's just a convenient tool that you use. I just think people that think that just don't understand really how to use them. You know what I mean? Like, I get like why they're bad in every way that they are, but it's like when it comes to like a search engine, like a search engine will still bring you a ton of random shit, and you can still search through all that, but it might tell you exactly what you need to know. You know what I mean? It might just tell you that, and then if it does, and it has really good sources and shit, which you gotta look, because you can't trust those, not especially not on Bing. They'll give you some shit that's like it just read it and it just believed it without confirming it or doing like what it call. I think it has like a deep research mode. Actually, that's what you have to do on that one. There's like a deep research mode, I think, Yeah, like if you do quick response, you won't get shit. And then deep research if you really want to know, but that's like for a fucking paper and shit. No, I don't know. Like that shit's just like believe me, like you can be like use AI, and AI will bring out some of the dumbest people out there because of how like easy it is, and these people won't ever actually think for themselves. Like I'm not saying that won't happen, but it's just like you got to be responsible with everything you do in life. You know what I mean? You got to use it properly. You got to know how to use it. You got to learn what it's good for, and then it's fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, they have automation. Like companies before AI was the thing, they called it automation. It's the same thing. Automation is, and AI is just automation and automation. It's an algorithm and an algorithm and an algorithm all connecting to it. You know what I mean? Like it ain't like fucking like. You know what I mean? It just makes shit easier. But I do agree, like, yeah, dude, they should never be, like, firing their whole art team so that they can type in some like words and generate an image. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Like the thing about that though is when you do that, you're making a lazy a game that will or whatever it is, whether it's a art project or a movie. Think about it, like that will show in it. They will be able to tell it's a AI, and that will make it look bad. AI, since AI usually does look bad if you just only rely on just AI. You know what I mean? So like it's like all these things that like in the end, honestly, like if people are getting paid, if people are getting like done right, and like and the things people are just using stuff for like as like a tool, and you know what I mean, like there's grimy ways to use AI and there's like normal ways to use it, just like basically using it in a way that we've used everything in the past, like a tool. Again, the search engine, it's literally like that's what I use AI for, to search, because it saves me like hours of time. And then guess what? When I search, I still find the same shit, just way less fast. He said I could shut off immediately and scroll past the AI thing and just look at the actual sites anyways. It has been wrong before, even Google. Dude, Google and Bing are not good AIs. Maybe Google might be good whenever they start hooking their quantum chips up to it, though. Then it'll be the best AI, because then it'll be able to think past all these things that are like obviously wrong. Like you can literally be like, Bing, that's wrong. It's this, and it's like, oh yeah, you're right, good catch. And I'm like, bro, like if an AI does that, it's not a good AI. Like all the free ones are like that, though. You know what I mean? Ones that you have to like, they're a little paywall. They have a little bit. They have more power behind their thought process. It's not just like the like Bing's and Google's is like instantaneous. It like goes straight to the first thing. It doesn't really like consider other results, and it doesn't like gather. You know what I mean? It doesn't do any deep thinking. It doesn't have any like it'll like find something that looks quickly like what you might be talking about, but then it's up to you to verify that. You know what I mean? Like, you might even get the wrong answer to a question because it might not know everything with the same context, or if it might just be outright wrong because sometimes it'll find like a website that's just outright wrong, but because this website's saying it, then all of a sudden it has to be true. You know what I mean? But that's why it's on you. It's still on you to figure all that shit out. But like, it's still it's just faster, because if you use like ones that don't, that aren't like retarded, then you can just get a lot of stuff done faster. And when you're like ADHD like me, it helps a lot. Like, for example, doing what I'm doing now, I was going through and like, clicking on all these to update the textures. Like, I thought about getting ChatGPT to write me a script, Reject Shotgun does this, so that it can just go through and just click link, on like literally every single one, and just say like, if it doesn't have, one of these linked up already, then just generate one. You know what I mean? I was thinking about doing that because it would save me time, but then I was like, you know what? It's gonna run into one that has an error, and then it won't know what to do, and then I'll have to do it manually anyways. But it might not, But like, people do stuff like that, and what benefit am I getting out of literally sitting here clicking those? Nothing. But guess what? This AI allowed me to do it fucking way faster. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like the better I get with AI and coding and scripting, which isn't something I'm going to ever be really good at because it's not what I do. Like, I don't care about coding, but sometimes it might be useful for stuff I do. It's just not like it's just not like the main thing. Like, it might pair with what I do, but I'm like an artist, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I focus on. But like, if I can use AI to like help me clean up a Blender scene, then instead of spending like my own, just doing it myself, when it's something that like I can define in a set of parameters that like, you know what I mean? It's like I am doing it. I'm just telling the computer to do it in a way that's way faster than me manually clicking everything. But that's an AI, though, you know. It's not like, you know. And then that's to me no different than them already having that scripted. Like if that script I used to clean up my scene and to get everything done, like instantly almost, right? If that script like was just a button I can click in the app, all of a sudden it's not AI anymore. It's just a feature in an app. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm kind of coming to the point where it's just like there's ways to use AI just like a tool to facilitate what you're doing, but there's also ways to use AI as like a really lazy person where you're really not doing anything besides plugging in a whole bunch of AI together and making something. And I feel like when you're doing that, you know, like when you're just generating videos, images, and then like some people even like generate like an image and then or a video and then they'll generate a song on a separate app and then they'll generate like text, you know, or something, image, and then they'll generate some other stuff and then they'll combine it and then they'll make it look really nice and professional. Even then I'm like, dude, like you can just tell, like it seems really nice, but you can just tell that it's not natural. Like it's not something that was just made. Like it kind of reminds me, there was this ad I saw recently and it looked so real, but it was just like, why would all these people come to this thing? And then I kept looking at it and then I was like, why are they like standing like that? And then I kept thinking, I'm like, oh wait, this is fucking AI. And then I was just like, damn, that was really convincing. But there was something uncanny and weird about it. And then of course, you know, the compression audio is still bad. But it's like there's certain times where I'm just like, even when it's like someone uses AI and then I can tell they still work to like a ton of hours above it, I could still tell, like at least with generative AI, like it still stands out, and it's you know, so there's some things really I just wouldn't really touch too much, you know, unless it's, you know, if you're trying to do something serious. But when it comes to like tools, that's when I'm cool. Like if it's a tool, I'm cool with it. If it's like something like an app could do or something that an app should just do anyways, you know, that's when I'm cool with it. AI is just a bloated version of existing tech on autopilot. I don't see the point of having the AI if I have search anyway. I mean, again, there's just so much types of AI. I just think like there's bad ways to use it. But like, I mean, dude, it depends what you're searching for. If you're searching something that has bias or something that is unclear or like not like, if you're like researching something like for the first time, like it's not out there, like you're trying to be the dude that comes up with the new information and by gathering other information, you're gonna want to do manual searching. But dude, if you're just searching like, what is the name of, like if you want to know the name of like a fucking of something, or like a math equation, or like something that's just like straightforward, or like when a game came out, you're gonna use the AI. It's gonna just instantly know, and because it's really easy information to access and to find, and it's not like opinionated stuff where you have to like gather all these things people said and filter out what's real, you know what I mean? If it's just like Halo 4 was released in 2012, and I like I'll use an AI just to find that info, because usually the AIs I use will easily get that right. But like other more obscure information, like if my 2012 Toyota engine when I replace the battery, do I need to hook it up with this, or can I just, do this? Like, I'm just trying to say, like, if there's like a weird scenario very specific to like a specific manufacturer's or in car or like object or any product out there, that information might only be on like some forums or something, or like you might have to call them direct, but like in that at that point I would want to make sure if it's to like, if it's like something that's rare and not really well known, and something that's just not like bam there, like I just that yeah, you're gonna research shit anyways and be careful, you know what I mean? But like that's why I'm like, you just gotta like know what AI is good for. Like, it's not good for everything. I'm not saying you should use it for everything, but there's like a ton of really good uses for it, and there's a lot of really bad ones that are like also really grimy on top of bad in general, and or low quality or whatever. I just prefer to do all the renaming and stuff myself. If I can figure out scripting myself, then I'll allow myself to write a script. I mean, yeah, that's true. But the thing is, Peace Stain, this is the way I look at it. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but I'm getting like old, right? I don't have time in my life to be a really good scripter and a really good artist. That's why no one does that unless they're a generalist, but they're still not. They still don't usually do that. You know what I mean? Like, they might be pretty good at one thing and like. But like they might, you could be kind of good at everything, but you won't be like the best at it, you know what I mean? So if you want to become like the best at something, you gotta fucking specialize or focus on shit. And like, dude, like if I were to like become like really really good at scripting, man, like I would have to give up everything I love doing just to do that. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not what I want to do. So like, but that's why if I ever work on a game, I'm not going to script it with AI. I'm going to find someone that specializes in scripting, coding, and all that cool shit, and then I'm going to use them. You know what I mean? But like, if I'm doing simple tasks, then I'll just do it myself. You know what I mean? If it's just like simple basic shit, like whatever, it's just going to save me time. Actually, I'm just trying to show you all my points, like, because every time someone says something about it, I'm just like, okay, but this, I mean, that's fair, you can do that, but you're sacrificing your own self while everyone else is getting ahead. The same thing happened whenever automation, same thing happened when anything happened. Same thing happened when Google came out and you had to search manually. All those dudes that read all the encyclopedias in the library got real mad when you can just search for it. And now everyone's smart because you can just search for it. Now, when phones came out, they've thought that way again. Now they can just search for it on their phones instead of going and doing, sitting down and having to do all this stuff. You know what I'm saying though? Like, things like this will get easier and more accessible and more, it's inevitable. It's just a natural part of like things evolving, not humans, but just everything, technology, And like, I don't know, I'm not saying like we should get to a point where we don't do anything. You know what I mean? But I think like, I don't think AI will ever have like the soul, or like they're always going to imitate. Like they might be able to imitate in a way that's so well that you might think they're innovating, or they might be doing new things, and creating art or creating this, but they never actually will. And I think that will always be a little obvious. And then if, again, I don't even like any generative AI, but like even AI that like you do generate stuff, like if someone used that as a starting point, like it's better than using a cube, I guess, technically. But then again, it could be worse if the model's a complete mess and nightmare to even work with. So maybe not. But you know what I'm saying? Like it just all matters. It just depends. It depends on like the quality of shit and like what the outcome of it. You know what I mean? I don't know. But you also have to like put into, like it's not just quality. Basically like yeah, like it would be good if everything was so high quality and you didn't have to do anything. But no, I don't think so. I just like I was just saying, I don't think it'll ever get to that point where you would, fully rely on AI for everything. I think humans will always be the ones that can see art, and express things and make things new and better and original, and to make them just not like, again, like a rehash of something that I just learned, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, people assume AI now is that what AI will continue to be like. It's improving all the time. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's AI. I hate the word AI. You know what I mean? Like it's I could be talking about one thing and someone could be talking about a totally entirely different thing. It's because it's such a vague and like whatever term. You know what I mean? Like, and it could be used for like literally anything. Like the ultimate point of AI, I think it's obvious that like they're making these humanoid they're gonna automate humans. Like they're making humanoid robots and they're gonna pair them with the AIs, obviously. And again, I don't think any of that will be necessarily like great for humanity, but it just depends how we handle it. If it ends up sucking, it's gonna be because we handled it bad and we didn't do things in a way that were good. Like we need to, I don't maybe like regulate it in a way that's like make sure things don't get too crazy before they're out of control. And then if not that, then like I think people should have the freedom to do everything, but I also feel like we need to make sure that robots like don't have the freedom to do everything, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Just like we've seen enough movies and shit. But also, yeah, like again, AI, like I think there will always be good and bad AI. Just like anything out there, man. Like there's good and bad sides and things to everything. But like I think there's always gonna be AI that's just like a natural part of things that we do and use, and if you don't use it, it'll be like people will look at you like the dude with sticks and stones lighting fire when you can use a fucking like you can use a match or you can use a lighter. You know what I mean? It's like why are you automating fire? Why are you automating or why are you using AI to make fire? You know what I mean? Like it almost sounds like that, because it's just like an easier, more straightforward way. And again, that's the AI I'm talking about. That's not so bad. And then like another thing, AI, like with like stuff like math, dude, and like don't use it don't use it to like just do things for you. Use it to learn. Like tell it to do something and then it'll explain like why it did it. Again, you want to make sure you're like you're using a good AI and you're asking it stuff that isn't like vague information. Like if you're asking it about something that like it's probably never been trained on, yeah, it probably won't have good info on it. But if it's like if you're like learning calculus and shit, dude, it knows more calculus than any teacher you've ever fucking talked to, and it will explain calculus better than any teacher has ever told you. In my opinion, it will. And it'll do more than any book will ever do for you. You'll have to search for an hour to find a simple solution to something in your book, when this AI can explain why something works. And if you'll be like, well, no, I don't mean that. I mean like this. And then the AI can just keep talking to you. It won't be like a search engine thing where you get a result and you're like, no. And then you have to go search more and then just hope that it's like what you're talking about. But like, I don't know. It just depends what you're doing it for. But like I noticed that like I was like, dude, it literally used like one of my books from college as a source. Like it had the book in its memory, and it was citing info off a page, and it was like here on here, and it was using my own textbook as sourcing, which is what I would do. But instead of sitting there for fucking hours looking for the info I needed, it just brought me right to it, or essentially, and I was just like, damn, that's fucking convenient. Like, because, dude, I don't know about you. Like when it comes to reading, I have ADHD, and I'm like, I had to go in slow readers class in elementary school for it. Like absorbing information and getting to the point and finding it and fishing it out of like massive other information. It feels like spaghetti to me, and like AI helps me a lot with that shit. It helps me learn, and most people again think it's just for the opposite, which is not true. Just don't use AI like a slob, and it won't, or like slop, and then it won't be slop. Yeah, like AI slop Steam games, those can suck my nut. I agree. Like, I just think like there's always going to be sloppy AI. You know what I mean? And or made with, or there's always going to be slop made from AI. You know, because there's always AI is going to enable a ton of lazy fucks to make some shitty crap that seems like it might almost be cool at a initial glance, but then you realize it's bullshit. There's always gonna be that, dude. Like, doesn't mean that like everything's gonna be like that, you know? Like your favorite game right now that came out this year used AI, whether you like it or not. And so, you know, they probably used it for one of the things you like most about it. You might not know that. They don't just broadcast that shit. Usually people like, you know, explain how games work in, you know, interviews and development things, but they could probably hide a lot of that shit too. It's not like COD's coming out and talking about how they use generative AI, which they do. COD's fucking bad with that shit. I hope that Microsoft's other games don't get fucking riddled with it, because that would be terrible. And that's when I would agree, like, that's AI slop. Like, you know, like I even saw like player cards with the with AI from like, and you can, what's even worse is it's not even like a unique AI that can make unique art. It's like one of those, like, you know, like one of those types, you know, like when they did the, what was that cartoon? Like they did that anime cartoon and it looked just like it kind of. It's like they were using one of those where it was just like obvious that it was just that. And I'm like, that's not even trying. It's not even trying to like find like a good AI. Like first they did slop in the first place, but now it's like double slop because it's like the worst kind of AI, the most basic shit that anyone has heard or known about, and you know, and it's like already slop in the first place, and then they're just using double slop. Black Ops 7 is like a slop show because they used a lot of AI in Black Ops, and I think from what I've been hearing. We already have sex bots and technology to make them physical. Dude, yeah, sex bots will definitely be a thing. All the rich dudes that like are fed up with these women that only want their money are just gonna get a robot that doesn't. Yeah, they're just gonna get like a fucking robot. Oh wow, Peace Stain. See, this is the Peace Stain's double. What was it called when you like? Not see, I don't know, but this is you can't have both. You can't have like both sides now. I'm just kidding now. If you hate AI, then you have to hate the sex bots. Just how it works. I'm just kidding. Bro wants to wrestle a clinker. Dude, honestly though, like, I mean, shit. Dude, you see all these women out here? They have no shame with their toys or whatever the fuck they use. I know some dudes probably do that have some shit like that, but I was like, I bet that'll become really normal. I mean, like dildos and shit have become super normalized, even though it is kind of weird. Like, why can't you just use your hand like dudes usually do? But then, like, you know, there's people out there that only use toys, I guess, on both sides, which I didn't even realize. You know, but that's a thing. People be doing shit. People be going crazy with their Jack Me Off 3000 AI Plus Pro. People eat that shit up. People eat that slop. Yeah, that's the other problem, Peace saying though, is like some people like genuinely do eat slop up. There's like a lot of like dead brain people that like literally just love like the most brain dead nonsense, and I think those same people like would just eat up AI shit. They're the people that would sit in front of one of those like sit on Sora and just watch videos all day. Which, don't get me wrong, like there's some fucking funny ass Sora videos, but that's because somebody wrote a funny script. Like, you can write a joke that's hilarious and anyone can say it and it would still be funny, but that's because it's a funny script they wrote up and not the AI. You know what I mean? That's what usually why it's funny. Like, they like thought of something really funny. And I think it only helps that Sora's like really convincing. You know what I mean? Humanoid robots. Those, dude, you know robots, the definition for robot is slave. Like, if you, it literally is slave. So that like makes sense. It's like they always knew that's like really all they are. But at the same time, one day they're gonna change that definition. Just watch it. I don't even know if we'll be alive when this happens, but like like if there was a way to bet, I would bet like that one day they change the definition of robot to like not slave, because they're like, I bet they're gonna like want them to be like part of humanity and shit. I guarantee they're gonna like have people that like they're gonna have like these personalities eventually too, and they're gonna seem probably more personal than like some real people. Dude, there's a lot of real people out there that are very like vegetable like, you know. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful, vibrant, bright, shining personalities, but there's also the opposite, you know what I mean? And there's like some AIs that like I've already fucking seen or talked to that I'm like, and I'm just kind of like, damn, dude, like, I've genuinely had worse conversations with people, you know, like real people. That's kind of sad, to be honest. Oh fuck, what's it doing? Get out of this. Whenever it's rendering that shit, it looks like it's like, it looks like it's like, what was I gonna say? Oh, it almost looked like AI, because it was like trying to figure out what it looks like in high quality. Alright, well I'm gonna get off, guys. I have to eat, and I'm gonna play some Ark after that. And kill some AI. I'm just kidding. I just don't like the idea that so many people will not know what real creativity is in a number of years. I mean, Peace Stain, that's like that's your fear, though. I don't even think that's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, I think the AI that I see people using isn't being used in creative ways. I feel like it's anti-creative when people use it in creative ways. I feel like what people are doing, though, is I see them using like AI, like I see creative people using AI to help them get something done faster, so they can put more work into it, so they can do even more than they could before. You know what I mean? By saving time, and you know what I mean? That way they can work on it longer and do more polish and hit more areas and make it bigger, or this and that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's kind of what I'm seeing. Creative people are always going to be creative. Like my favorite artist, he's like Rythaze, for example. He's one of my favorite like non-official artists or whatever. But like that dude, even if he hates AI, obviously for good reason, but I mean obviously mostly the generative AI he's always speaking of, and not the other one. But like the thing is, it's like I swear, like if you wait, where am I? Oh, wait, never mind. But what was I saying? Oh, but it's like, I'm just saying, like, he's a creative person. I'm not saying he would ever use AI, because he like fucking hates it in general, like just like a lot of people do, which is totally fine, you know, because they're mostly talking about generative work and, you know, people losing jobs and stuff like that over like, you know, voice jobs and art jobs and anything involving that. And that's totally, like, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. But simultaneously, I think those same people, like, you can't, I feel bad for like maybe like a voice actor, because you can't like really improve and work upon your voice to make it better besides just being a voice, you know what I mean? Like, there's not like more work you can do there. So like things like that suck, you know, because you can just outright replace a voice actor, which I hope they don't do, because it's still pretty obvious and all that. So like in that situation, it sucks. But in like as an artist, someone that does concept art, yeah, I think that sucks, because, you know, like you're like, that's, you can just generate a whole picture. But then again, like, I feel like those pictures will never even match something that someone like a human comes up with, like, you know, just that creativity and imagination. And I don't think people that use AI are creative enough to even come up with like, or not people that use AI, but I don't think people that use it just for generating stuff purely outright, you know, are like, they're lazy, they're not actually creating art, they're just, you know, getting like imitations and this and that. But basically what I was trying to say, though, is like, if like people that are already really creative, right, if they like used AI, I don't think they would just become lazy and just rely on that now, you know what I mean? I think they would just, you know, just like I am, like, for stuff, like, they would just use it to save time. That way, instead of spending 30 hours polishing a map, they can do it for 60 hours. You know what I mean? Because all that groundwork they did, that's why I was sad. You know what I mean? I just think there's always going to be someone out there that's going to be able to like disconnected from OBS, but there's always going to be someone out there like that will just not fall into the laziness. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to, you know. But I do agree. Like there will be a lot more people. It won't be people. What it'll be is companies trying to save money. That's what I think will be bad. I think it'll just allow too many companies to save money, thinking they're going to create a product that is equal as the same one they had before. But what I'm hoping is those products will show that you can't just use AI and replace people, because it'll show in the quality, you know, and then people will stop buying it as much. So that's my hope. And then the people that do use AI in like good ways just to do more, I think that will also shine in a way that will make some people allow to make something that's like way better than anything we could have done before without it. You know what I mean? So that's why I'll just finish on like it's a double-edged sword. You know what I mean? You just got to make sure you're not stabbing yourself. You know, I'm just kidding. No, it's not a double-edged sword. It's one side of the sword's good, one side of the sword's bad. I don't know. What's the saying for that one? I don't know. I'm fucking retarded right now. I haven't eaten. So I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave on that note. Amish do ride their horse and buggy around here, but it's not too uncommon for horses to freak out or just drive it. It is. People are really unsmart around here. A lot of people already don't know what real art is, because all they around is mainstream media and people that also follow slop eaters. I mean, that's their fault. If they're that simple of a person, then I mean, dude, they're always going to be the victim of something, because that's that type of person they are. If you don't put yourself out there to like do your own research for things that really matter, like not like when a game came out or some sort of information like what is the gravity on Earth, you know what I mean, like some random info like that. But if you really care about something, you gotta fucking research it. If you really want some good art, you know, and all you eat up is AI slop, then I mean, dude, those same people are eating up some other shit that's just as bad, probably. You know, they're always, you know, low lives be low life, and you know, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't even know that's what you're talking about. But yeah, I mean, dude, there's always gonna be people that eat the dumbest shit up, and you know. But I don't think those people. The thing is like, you'll never be able to make the next big thing unless you're super creative, unless you only use AI to help you do more. You know, you'll never make the next big game just purely with AI. So who cares? You know what I mean? That's kind of my thing. Like, okay, yeah, you can use AI and make slop, but the thing is, they won't do it because it will be slop. It won't sell, and it won't make money, so they won't do that. They might try it. You might see some games come out like that, like they are now. But dude, after enough pushback and after the sales drop off enough, hopefully that's all that matters. But I mean, I might be wrong. There could be a chance that like there's some really successful shit that like an AI did purely. But the problem is though, if that's true, then anyone can do it. So then anyone can just go generate that same thing, and then what makes it special? What makes it stand out? What gives it value? You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I look at it, you know? Like, I'm not worried about it, because no matter what, to create greatness, it requires a lot of hard work. And no matter how much you use an AI, like, you won't be able to get that result without fucking doing hard work. Period. So, whether you used an AI or not to do it, what makes something great is hard work. And using an AI, you know, it could have saved you time, but I just think the quality will shine through. Dude, I'm on a fucking loop track right now. I'm so hungry. Anyways, peace out, bruh. Y'all talking about Amish.